안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of 2024 Saemaul International Forum will begin in a moment. Please make your way into the hall and take your seat. And also, please set your mobiles and other electronic devices to silent mode.
The opening ceremony of 2024 Saemaul International Forum will begin in a moment. Please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. 본 포럼 동시 통역 제공해 드립니다.
Simultaneous interpretation is available. Please set the channel 1 for the Korean language and channel 2 for English.
Service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Thank you. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧이어 2024 새마을 국제 포럼 개회식이 시작.
We will soon begin the opening ceremony of 2024 Saemaul International Forum, and please make your way into the hall and take your seats, and please turn your mobile or electronic devices to silent mode. And this forum will provide simultaneous interpretation service, and channel number 1 is Korean and channel number 2 is English.
Interpretation service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2024 새마을
The opening ceremony of 2024 Samaul International Forum will begin shortly. Please make your way into the hall.
For attention, please. The opening ceremony of 2024 Saemaul International Forum will begin very soon, so please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. And this conference will provide simultaneous interpretation service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of 2024 Saemaul International Forum will begin very soon. So please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. This forum will provide a simultaneous interpretation service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Thank you. 네, 곧이어 개회식 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 착석해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해서 여러분들 소지하고 계신 휴대폰 진동 모드 다시 한번 확인을 부탁드리겠습니다. 본 포럼은 동시 통역 제공해 드립니다. 통역이 필요하신 분께서는 수신기의 채널 고정해 주십시오. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널입니다. 네, 곧이어 개회식 시작합니다. 장내에 아직 자리한
We will begin the opening ceremony shortly. Please take your seats.
아직 행사장 외부에 계신 분들께서는 속히 입장해 주십시오. 곧이어 시작하겠습니다. Guests of honor, would you please make your way into the hall and take your seat? Thank you. 오늘 참석자들 분들께서 저희
And we have a greater turnout than expected, so we are preparing the chairs for the incoming guests.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 Saemaul International Forum. I'm the Master of Ceremony. My name is Lee Song-hae. Nice to meet you all. It's my great honor to be the MC for you. The forum is hosted by Gyeongsangbuk-do and organized by Saemaul Foundation and the Yeungnam University under the theme of Samaul Undong, Beyond Villages Toward New Nation Initiative, and it takes place here at the Global Hall of Samaul Undong Theme Park. We would like to thank the sponsors, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Korean Institute of Public Administration, Korea Research Institute for Local Administration, Korea Samaul Undong Center, the Gyeongbuk Development Institute, the Gyeongbuk Happiness Foundation, Chilbuk Forest Experience Center, Gyeongsangbuk-do Saemaul Undong Center, and Samaul High School. Thank you. In the morning, we are going to have an opening ceremony and the keynote speeches, and the policy discussions will be moderated by Undong, Vice President of Yeungnam University. And in the afternoon, we are going to have sessions including Saemaul Talk, Global Saemaul Competition, and the Global Youth Dialogue on the Saemaul Undong. Thank you very much, and please stay until the end of the forum. The forum is also being broadcast live online so that you can participate from anywhere in the world without time and space limitations. You can join us on the Saemaul Foundation's YouTube channel. First of all, let me introduce the VIPs who came all the way to make this event special through the screen. So please read the list of VIPs.
다시 한번 귀한 시간
Once again, thank you very much for spending time with us. So now we are going to begin the opening ceremony with the opening remarks and the welcoming remarks. We would like to thank the interest and the support, and we apologize for the change of the agenda. Governor Lee Chul-woo of Gyeongsangbuk-do, who was scheduled to join us today, was unable to attend due to an urgent schedule. So now we are going to welcome the President of Yeungnam University, Choi Wei-chul, for his congratulatory remarks. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely welcome you all to 2024 Samaul International Forum. It's a great honor to congratulate remarks. Thank you. I will speak in Korean. 여러분 대단.
Nice to meet you all. And President Lee Seung-joon of the foundation is hosting this Saemaul International Forum, and I would like to thank the participants for being here with us today. As you see, today's program, so we are joined by so many distinguished guests. Gyeongsangbuk-do is the birthplace of Saemaul Undong, and out of the international participants who are with us today, many of them are graduates or students of Park Jong-hee School of Policy and Saemaul PSPS of Yeungnam University. And I recently been to Ethiopia and Uganda, and Ethiopia has a population of 130 million, and there are 25,000 public officials. If you compare it to Korea, so there is the ministry in the Uganda equivalent to Korea's Ministry of the Interior and Safety, and the minister said that they want us to make efforts on the behalf of Uganda and for the sake of development. And President Lee Sung-jong of the foundation and the President Chung Kwang-un and many others would make contribution to the economic development of Ethiopia, and we can bring about the fast changes there.
사람이 바꿈.
And the world can be changed by humans. And also, the world can be devastated by humans. Korea has been emerging as a model case in the economic development, and now it became the advanced country. And there is the emerging country in Africa that reminds us the development path of Korea. That was Uganda. Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, and the President of World Bank, Kim Yong, told me, if you go to Rwanda, there's no toilet paper and tissues. So on the streets, and nobody can pick up the trash on the street. It's so clean. And President Paul Kagame of Uganda wants to adopt the policy of former President Park Jong-hee, and we were told that he is benchmarking Korea's case. And Korea transformed itself from the least developed countries to a donor country, and to think about the past, we have to provide ODA's programs to many countries. It's important to expand our ODA programs, and it's important to have a humble attitude when we give something to other countries. And we are joined by Mayor Kim Boo of Gumi, and Gumi is the birthplace of former President Park Jong-hee. And we are inheriting the spirit of the president here. He was born in Gumi, and he eradicated poverty of Korea. And Gumi is a place where his spirit still remains. We have to keep the heritage of Korea. And regardless of the race and the age, education background, or economic level, we have to respect everyone and ensure the dignity of life in every population. In this regard, President Lee Sung-jong of Samaul Foundation will deliver a keynote presentation on New Nation Initiative, which is really important whenever we implement a program. So we try to benchmark some other programs. However, we can take initiative and be creative and be ambitious to create something new. And when we don't have ideas, so I go to the president of the Saemaul Undong Institute and get ideas and inspiration there. I would like to thank you for participating in today's forum, and I look forward to discussion, presentation, and the president of school from Vietnam. And I hope you will have an entertaining and productive time. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a speech by President of Yeungnam University, Choi Wei-chul. The world can be changed by humans, and ODA is important, but it's important to have a humble attitude. And regardless of education background, economic level, or race or ethnic group, so we have to respect all humans. And that's the spirit of Samaul Undong. Thank you very much for the insightful speech. Once again, please give a big hand to President Choi Wei-chul.
다음은
Next person I'd like to invite to the stage is Professor Chung Kwang-ho of Seoul National University, who is the President-elect of the Korean Association for Public Administration. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Good morning, nice to see you. As it was introduced, I'm Professor Chung Kwang-ho. Last year, 2023, I had a chance to work with the Samaul Foundation and Seoul University at the Hwam Faculty Forum to hold this kind of international event. And now, yet again, I'm here once again, and I'm delighted to be invited to here to give this opening remark. Thank you so much for your invitation. And my special thanks goes to President Lee Seung-jong and his staff members for making this event possible. Actually, regarding the Seoul Samaul International Forum, I'm going to talk about the history and the root of the Samaul movement and what kind of cooperation should be made between the international society and Korea, and what should be the lesson learned briefly in my remark. More than anything others, I'm gonna go back to the three main spirit of the Samaul movement. And these are the DNAs of the Samaul movement, and this is a living concept. Korea actually today is working around the world to provide a Samaul Undong initiatives. The three spirit is the diligent self-help and collaboration. We need to be diligent. Korea, before the introduction of Samaul movement in the winter, we were not diligent and play idle back then. However, thanks to the Samaul movement, we decided to work fast and wake up early in the morning. Next is a self-help. You need to be independent and stand on your own feet to pave your own way in your life. Recently, if you see Korea, 47% of the population do not pay any tax money because they just simply rely on the support from the government. This is not a good condition. You need to earn your own fair money, and self-help means that you need to earn your own money and bring the bacon to the home independently and contribute to the growth of the society and community you are living in. The self-spirit help is very important. Lastly, collaboration. When we work, you sometimes need to work with your relatives or people living nearby, the government, or other workers. So the Samaul Undong or movement so far respected the spirit of collaboration at individual, business, and international level, and also nation level as well. So we're working with other countries for the Samaul movement, and collaboration is the spirit we need to respect still. So these three spirit of the Samaul movement still means a lot for the people living in the modern society. We need to go back to basics of these three spirits, and we need to spread these ideas to the global society so that we can bring back the positive energy of the Samaul movement once again to the globe. So we are always saying that the resources are not enough and support from the government is not sufficient. And it happens not just in Korea, but every country across the globe, I believe. Yet, I believe that based on the Samaul spirit, individuals and civic groups have to stand on their own feet with freedom and work diligently and confidently to bring some contribution to the society. That is a basic spirit of the Samaul movement, like I said. So we need to understand the very basic values of the Samaul movement and respect it and spread it across the world. Already, academia believe that these three spirits of diligent self-help and collaboration is critical for the success of individuals and businesses as well, and also of the society as well. Without these three elements, the nation cannot prosper. So these three spirits are very meaningful for individuals, villages, groups, businesses, and nation, and also to the global society as well. So these are such a critical element we need to respect and spread across the society with the power of Saemaul movement. So a lot has been studied on the Saemaul movement. Some believe that the outcome of the Saemaul movement was good, or some said that it was too much led by the central government. That is the truth. However, basically, Saemaul movement, at least in Korea or in Gyeongsangbuk-do province, produced a lot of success stories. So we need to make a good use of it. Under difficult circumstances, you might think that something is very difficult and things are doomed already. However, with the power of Saemaul spirit, we made a huge success, and you can see the brochure of the Saemaul movement to understand what kind of success stories were made. And if you see the book made by the Harvard Business Press at the Harvard University, there's a book called The Power of Positive Deviance. Literally, it means the power of positive deviance. If you see this picture, it gives example of Vietnam and other developing country where the things are seemingly doomed and suffering is destined. For example, when you're sick or when you're oppressed within the society, you see a lot of challenges and difficult. But this book tells that under such a difficult circumstances, you can still make a success, as some cases tells. And I believe the Saemaul movement is a representative example of such a kind. And we need to publish the good book with a collection of those stories, I believe. So academia is working hard to collect those good stories within Korea and let the world know. One example I'd like to share about the success case of the Saemaul movement is that back in 1974, I believe, in the district called Suncheon-gun in Jeollabuk-do province, a female Saemaul leader, Seojuk-ja, back then, lived in the place near the river called the Samjingang River. But Samjingang is very much exposed to the frequent flood, and during the summertime, because of the flood, people cannot cross any rivers, and children were not able to go to school. So bridge construction was a long cherished wish for the village. But people didn't know how to do so because there were no materials. So people had ideas, but they didn't know how to implement it. But Seojuk-da decided to raise a fund within the village, which is just 1% of the total construction cost, and ask for support from the district and province leaders to raise a greater fund. And with that money, she started to procure materials and ask for additional help from leaders across the village. Everything thought to be impossible, but in 1974 March, actually March is quite cold in Korea, but still everyone in the village joined forces to bring all the materials, construction materials, to the site, and construction was completed in just 25 days. People celebrated so much. Can-do spirit was there. People thought that those were the natural disasters they cannot overcome and things are destined. However, with their own power, some of them initiated the project and made a dream come true. And this is very one good example of the success stories of the Saemaul story, and we have so many other good examples of it as well. So, like I said, diligence, self-help, and collaboration. These three spirits of the Saemaul movement is working under any circumstances, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how impossible it seemingly is. These are the three essential power of change. So that's why we need to cherish and respect those three spirits and let the world know the power of these three spirits. Besides, Saemaul movement made a lot of success stories in Korea, but there was something overlooked, which is relating to the afforestation and healthcare. With the power of Saemaul movement, some people built the water system to provide a clean water system, which reduced cholera and other waterborne diseases incident, and that improved the well-being and wellness of the rural areas in Korea. Also, through the Saemaul movement, during the process of the economic development, people used a lot of briquettes, and these briquettes replaced the wood, and people didn't need to go to the mountain to cut the trees. So thanks to that, people had to cut down less trees, contributing to the sustainable afforestation. Samaul movement as such has accumulated a lot of success stories, and academia need to work harder, including my institution, to collect those stories. An interdisciplinary effort is needed to make that kind of collection. For example, we can sometimes work with ODA officers from the government so that we can systematically spread the success stories across the globe. To conclude, Samaul movement so far has been helping a lot of villages suffering from bad practices, obstacles, and difficulties around the world, and it gave a chance to make a change. So I think it is like a software armed with three spirits that helps people to overcome the difficult situation. Last but not least, I'd like to express my gratitude to all those people who made a success stories, and I hope that this can be a venue where we can exchange such success stories. I hope that you find this forum informative. I express my gratitude to the hosts and sponsors of the event, President Lee Seung-jong, and all the people who worked so hard to make this event possible. Thank you so much for your deep contribution. This concludes my remark. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chung Kang-ho from the Korean Association for Public Administration. He talked about the three basic spirit of the Saemaul movement, which should be spread across the world. So he showed about examples of the positive deviance, which is also essence of the Saemaul movement. Thank you so much for your informative remark. Why don't we give a big round of applause once again?
Next up, so we are going to invite Kim Ho-seop, Vice Mayor of Gumi City. Please welcome him with a big hand. Honorable guests, and the members and the leaders of Saemaul Undong movement and the officials, welcome to Gumi. So Dr. Choi mentioned, the Gumi city is the birthplace of the Saemaul Undong and is a central city of the movement. And also, the former president Park Chung-hee grew up and was born here. I would like to thank President Lee Seung-jong of the Saemaul Foundation, and also would like to thank Yeungnam University, which expands the studies on Saemaul Undong. So I would like to thank President of Yeungnam University Choi Wei-chul, and we have the chairperson Lee Chung-gyun, and the head of the Chilgok Forest Center, Yoo-jin. And we have the Chung Kwang-ho, of President-elect of the Korean Association of Public Administration. And also, Director Chung, of the Saemaul Cooperation Development Division. So this list suggests that this International Saemaul Forum that has become a leading and international forum for domestic and international experts. So the key to Saemaul Undong is to make all the people have a better life through the self-reliance and self-help, and this is not just economic growth, but inclusive development that includes social inclusion and environmental protection. Hopefully, this forum will allow us to learn from the experiences and examples of different countries and explore new approaches that are tailored to their cultures and bring about the changes through practical solutions. Together with experts from different fields, we will be able to discuss innovative ideas and practices for sustainable development, and we can build a stronger solidarity and ultimately contribute to the happiness of prosperity of mankind. Last year, I've been to the Ho Chi Minh City of Vietnam and Indonesia. And I know that the president of Ho Chi Minh University is being with us. And when we had a meeting in other countries, I witnessed the positive impacts and good impacts of Saemaul Undong. Especially the residents in the villages have hope. That's the impression I got from the visit. As President Chung Kwang-ho and President Choi Wei-chul mentioned, when they have hope and expectation that they can do better and they have the expectation, I think that will be the foundation of the development of those villages. And when I visited Africa with the governor, and they are raising pigs and do so many things. And there are a lot of volunteers and experts who are working so hard. And we have a director of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Chung Jae-moon, and we are looking forward to some more support from the central government. So Kumho-san, in Dugumi, that is now showing the fall foliage. So we hope that after this event, you can enjoy the beautiful fall weather in Gumi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Kim Ho-sung, and he mentioned that he saw the signs of hope and expectation, and that will be the source of the regional development. Once again, please give a big round of applause to Vice Mayor.
이번 포럼
Next, we'd like to watch some video clip together with the opening remark and welcome remarks. We have three people. Chairperson Park Sung-man of the Gyeongsangbuk-do Council first. Good morning. I'm Chairman Park Sung-man of Gyeongsangbuk-do Council. Hosting the 2024 Samaul International Forum at the hometown of the former President Park Chung-hee means a lot to me, and on behalf of the 2.6 million citizens of my province, congratulations on the successful opening of the forum. Korea's modern industrial development and the current proud appearance of Korea would not have been possible were not for the Saemaul Undong based on the three spirits of diligence, self-help, and collaboration, which intended to upgrade the agriculture base of the society and thereby grow out of poverty. Now, those 54-year-old wisdom of Saemaul movement need to be collected to spread this idea across the globe and open a global Saemaul era. At today's forum, for the globalization of Saemaul Undong, best practices will be shared so that we can all better off together, and this new change and development history will be drawn by none other than you, I believe. Once again, congratulations on the forum, and I wish that this forum can be a chance to revisit the spirit of the Saemaul movement and make another leap forward growth altogether. I wish luck and success. Thank you.
네, 박성
That was from Chairman Park Sung-man. Thank you.
운동중앙의 김
Next, let's watch the video from Kim Kwang-lim, President of Korea Saemaul Undong Center. Nice to see you all. I am the Kim Kwang-lim, President of Korea Saemaul Undong Center. I would like to congratulate the Samaul Foundation for hosting 2024 International Forum for Saemaul Undong. would like to say congratulations. I would like to thank President of Samaul Foundation Lee Seung-jong and the entire Samaul Foundation staff for their hard work in preparing for this event. Saemaul Undong is a movement that practices the spirit of diligence, self-help, and cooperation in order to live well and contribute to the development of the country and the common good of mankind. The success of Saemaul Undong in Korea has given the world great hope and inspiration. However, I believe that Korea needs to further strengthen its humbling attitude and the spirit of partnership to grow together by sharing experiences and lessons rather than just giving. I also believe that we need to broaden the base of participation in Saemaul Undong, especially among young people, and provide more opportunities for dialogue and communication with relevant organizations. I hope that today's Saemaul International Forum will be such a meaningful opportunity, and I look forward to discussing various ways to advance the international expansions of Saemaul Undong. I would like to congratulate Samaul Foundation for hosting the International Forum and ask you to continue your efforts for the globalization of Saemaul Undong. Thank you. That was a speech from the President of Korea Saemaul Undong Center, Kim Kang-nim.
Finally, Vice Governor Park Woo-lam of the Yogyakarta Special Region. Let's watch together.
Assalamualaikum.
So I would like to wish you the happiness and good luck. I am Park Woo-lam, the 10th of Yogyakarta Special Region. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Saemaul International Forum 2024. The Yogyakarta provincial government is a strong supporter of the Saemaul Foundation's pilot village project in the Nanggulan Kulon Progo Regency. We hope that this cooperation will continue and everyone will benefit from this collaborative effort. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was this speech from Park Woo-lam. So the 10th, that's the end of the opening ceremony of Saemaul International Forum. We have the two speakers in the keynote session.
기관인 새마을
The first keynote speech will be given by President Lee Seung-jong of Samaul Foundation, and the topic of presentation is New Nation Initiative. I'd like to invite him to the stage. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. New Nation Initiative is the topic of my presentation, and let me explain what it means. As you well may be aware, the Saemaul movement was born in 1970s by the President Park Chung-hee to grow the nation significantly as a national transformation project, which is one of a million kind of project. Back in 2013, UNESCO respected the value of Saemaul movement, and all the documentation, achievement, and milestone of the movement is designated as a World Heritage. However, Saemaul movement is not just the cherished history of Korea for the prosperity of the international society. We need to share this idea together as a future-proof asset for the mankind. So this is not a heritage, but an asset that we need to all use together. However, nonetheless, despite the value of Saemaul movement, the interest in it is not sufficient. I said that this is a two-phase of the Saemaul movement. Overseas, it has a high interest in domestic society, it has very low interest. So there is an unbalanced interest between the two. So I believe that we need to redefine the value of it. Basically, Saemaul movement is often exposed to many misunderstandings. First, the scoff misunderstanding. This was a nationwide project, but some people believe that this is just a village level project. For the approach, Saemaul movement, some people think that this is bottom approach and some people think that this top-down approach, but actually it is not both of them. It was a creative governance. So the governance is often overlooked by many. What about the target? The Saemaul movement was born to eradicate the poverty in rural areas, but at the same time to make the people better off. But people sometimes misunderstood that this was just economic initiatives. And because of such a misunderstanding, people really did not understand that the IT, well-being, and healthcare should be also connected to the Saemaul movement, and that is possible, but it is overlooked as well. So in the modern society, that misunderstanding or lack of understanding should be improved so that we can better understand what the Saemaul is all about and implement it. This is a brief diagram of the implementation model of Saemaul movement, and there are 4 pillars, I believe. For example, the goal. We need to go beyond the poverty reduction towards happiness and well-being of the society. So living well together should be the goal of the Saemaul movement. What about the scope? It is not just a village level project. Of course, village can be a basic unit. However, it should be the nationwide program or project, basically. Next approach. It is not village only or the central government only project. It should be the shared project between the two with the creative governance. So that is approach I'd like to emphasize. What about the capability? Nation and village people need to work together to improve the human capacity, governance, and endogenous and exogenous capabilities need to be all combined in an integrated manner to make a success with the Saemaul movement. So in each pillar, this is more detailed explanation of it, but to save time, I'll just skip it. And these are I made a comparison between the old model and the new model to be born in the near future. And please refer to it later, so I'll just skip it as well. And when you implement this new concept of Saemaul movement, basically, like I said, I had a comparison between the old model and new model, but actually when you approach this model in the developing country or in an advanced country or a developed country, the approach should be different. So when you implement this program outside of Korea in a developing areas, you need to first start with a pilot program. And then the purpose of this pilot program should be the benefit across the nation. But in Korea, the unit should be the village still in Korea, so there should be different approach between the two sides. Also, for the Saemaul ODA, the creative collaborative governance is important, whereas it is creative collaborative governance which is important in the domestic Saemaul program. So the role of the government is important in Saemaul ODA, and the municipality is more important in domestic Saemaul. For goal, poverty issue is still serious outside of Korea in many places, so rural poverty alleviation should be main target, whereas well-being, living condition, consciousness, culture should be the central target of the domestic Saemaul programs. For capacity, both exogenous and endogenous capabilities are needed, but in overseas cases, exogenous is more important, whereas endogenous is more important in domestic Saemaul movement. So there should be some different direction to set depending on where you are doing the Saemaul movement. So the second wave of the Saemaul movement is being highlighted, and what should be the name of the second wave of the Saemaul movement? So instead of just emphasizing the village, Saemaul here means new village. So it kind of gives a misunderstanding that this is a village level program. So I propose this new concept of new nation initiative instead of new village initiative. So I think this is a better term for the second wave. So the meaning of New Nation Initiative is that the model can help not just Korea but other countries to grow their nation. So it is kind of general model for all, and also it can be used for the nationwide project, like I said, which is more important than the village level project. And in Saemaul movement can be a model created by the Korean ODA stakeholders. If you see the existing ODA program, they are all about how much they give, and sometimes because of such support, developing countries are suffering from the huge dependence on the ODA program, and no matter how much you give the money, the nation cannot develop much. So instead of doing so, maybe we can help them to develop their internal capabilities with the Saemaul movement, and that Korea-specific ODA, unique assistant model, can change the landscape of the global ODA, I believe, while contributing to the growth, quantitative growth of the ODA program around the world. The New Nation Initiative, there are several preconditions you need to create. First is the role of the central government. It should be active. Of course, municipalities are important, but in terms of resources, the central government is better positioned to go forward with the initiatives. So the portion of Samaul movement in the Korean ODA is still little. It is growing, but it should grow substantially with additional effort. Also, the silo issue between the institutions has been much talked, so I'll just skip it. Participation of the private sector and NGO and enhance the ground of the Samaul movement within Korea. In order to spread this idea across the globe, we need to have a stronger foundation within Korea. By doing so, we can energize or reinvigorate the Samaul movement outside of Korea, I believe. Last but not least, when you do this kind of program outside of Korea, like it was said by the President, Che, I believe this is quite important. All people working in ODA sometimes gives a fear to me because you give little to get a large. So you need to be very modest when you work outside of Korea. And in Korea, you need to be very proud and confident in doing this kind of initiative. So with this new concept of New Nation Initiative, I hope that Korea can grow continuously along with other countries. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind of listening. That was from President Lee Seung-jung of Samaul Foundation, and that was quite an informative keynote speech. He talked about the basic spirits of the Samaul movement and made a comparison between the old model and new model to make another leap forward growth. Lastly, he said that we need to be modest outside of Korea when we spread this idea in other countries. So I think he set the good tone for the conference. Why don't we give a big round of applause once again?
다음 기조
So next is a speech from the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and the Food Production of Côte d'Ivoire. And he's a wish to be here with us today, but he could not be here because of the national affairs, but he sent us a video.
De la Fondation Saemaul, mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, c'est pour moi un immense honneur et une grande joie de prendre la parole ce jour à l'occasion de la tenue du Forum international Saemaul 2024 organisé par la Fondation Saemaul. Je voudrais, avant tout propos, transmettre les chaleureuses salutations du président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, à son homologue, son Excellence M. Gyeongsangbuk-do, président de la République de Corée. Par ailleurs, le président Alassane Ouattara se réjouit et se félicite de l'excellence des relations diplomatiques qui lient nos deux pays depuis les années 1960, faisant de la Côte d'Ivoire le premier pays africain à avoir établi un lien diplomatique avec la République de Corée. Mesdames et messieurs, Depuis l'établissement de nos relations diplomatiques en 1961, la Corée du Sud et la Côte d'Ivoire ont continuellement renforcé leur coopération, en particulier l'expansion du taekwondo depuis la fin des années 60 a permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de se distinguer comme une nation de taekwondo avec des médailles d'or et de bronze aux Jeux olympiques de Rio en 2016 et récemment une médaille de bronze aux Jeux olympiques de Paris. En avril dernier, la Corée du Sud a participé au marché des arts du spectacle d'Abidjan en tant que premier pays asiatique invité spécial de cet événement et cela a été couronné de succès. De plus, le Sejong Hankang, récemment ouvert en Côte d'Ivoire, nourrit beaucoup d'intérêt chez les citoyens ivoiriens désireux d'apprendre le coréen, illustrant ainsi le renforcement de notre coopération avec la Corée du Sud. Mesdames et messieurs, pour rappel, la relation entre la Côte d'Ivoire et la Fondation Saemaul remonte à 2016. Dans le but d'appliquer les expériences et le savoir-faire du mouvement Saemaul, un mémorandum d'entente a été signé entre l'Agence nationale pour le développement rural, ANADER, et la Fondation Saemaul. À la suite de cette signature, plusieurs projets pilotes ont été initiés par la Fondation Saemaul dans les villages de Sengoli et de Nzokosu, situés dans deux grandes zones de la ville de Bouaké. Ces projets se sont intensifiés au village de Ngata, Soukro, et ainsi de suite, symbolisant la volonté commune de renforcer nos efforts et notre coopération mutuelle. Mesdames et messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire joue un rôle important et même crucial dans la croissance économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, grâce notamment à ses ressources abondantes et à sa population jeune. L'agriculture demeure en Côte d'Ivoire un secteur clé, employant 56% de la population active. Pour accompagner cette dynamique, le gouvernement ivoirien, dirigé par le Premier ministre Robert Begré Mambé, a fait du développement rural et agricole une priorité absolue à travers, bien entendu, la mise en œuvre du programme national d'investissement agricole de première génération, le PNIA 1, pour améliorer la productivité agricole et même diversifier les cultures. Ce programme s'est soldé par des résultats notables qui ont conduit à la mise en œuvre du PNIA de deuxième génération. L'objectif ici est d'augmenter la production des cultures vivrières telles que le riz pour améliorer l'autosuffisance alimentaire et renforcer la sécurité alimentaire. À cet effet, le gouvernement se concentre sur le développement des technologies agricoles et l'amélioration des infrastructures rurales, y compris des installations d'irrigation. En octobre 2023, la Côte d'Ivoire est devenue le 10e membre de la Rice Belt, avec l'espoir de construire une chaîne de valeur agricole en coopération avec la Corée du Sud. En outre, le gouvernement est profondément engagé à résoudre les équilibres régionaux en concentrant ses efforts sur le développement rural et en mettant en place diverses initiatives de soutien en collaboration avec des entreprises privées et des organisations internationales. Pour stimuler la croissance économique des zones rurales, le gouvernement met l'accent sur la construction d'infrastructures, l'amélioration de la productivité agricole et l'accent aux zones rurales. ainsi que sur le développement et la diffusion des technologies agricoles pour renforcer la compétitivité du secteur agricole. La coopération internationale est essentielle à cet égard. Mesdames et messieurs, les projets de développement rural en partenariat avec la Fondation Saemaul ont une grande importance pour nous, en particulier le projet pilote Saemaul, initié par la Fondation, est significatif en raison de son approche axée sur les initiatives communautaires où les résidents planifient et mettent en œuvre les projets eux-mêmes. Le processus de sélection et de planification par les résidents a renforcé leurs compétences et les bénéfices économiques tout en améliorant les conditions de vie qui ont donné aux habitants un sentiment d'accomplissement et de fierté. Cela sert de modèle pour les projets de développement communautaire participatif où les investissements sont réinjectés dans le village et favorisant ainsi un cycle vertueux. Je suis également optimiste quant à l'expansion des projets Saemaul en Côte d'Ivoire, à la suite bien sûr des changements ou si vous voulez qu'ils apportent dans les villages. Il est réjouissant de savoir que les professeurs venus de Corée du Sud pour évaluer les différents projets de la Fondation Saemaul ont été profondément touchés par leur interaction avec les résidents des villages et ont souligné l'impact positif de ces projets sur leur vie et leurs pensées. Je suis heureux aussi qu'ils soient repartis avec de bons souvenirs et une évaluation positive. Le sentiment d'accomplissement et de fierté des résidents qui ont contribué au développement de leur communauté locale est véritablement le fruit de l'esprit Saemaul enraciné sur le terrain. Mesdames et messieurs, je puis vous dire que je suis impatient de voir les projets Saemaul se développer davantage sur la base des résultats. Et j'espère que divers projets de coopération internationale ODA seront mis en œuvre en collaboration avec le gouvernement de la Côte d'Ivoire. Cette année, la Corée, sinon dans le cadre de cette coopération, la Côte d'Ivoire a proposé avec la Fondation Saemaul et le KIEP un projet intitulé Consultancy Project Proposal for Strengthening the Development Capacities of Initiative in Communities in Ivory Coast et la COICA qui a été également sélectionnée. Ce projet vise à élaborer des stratégies de développement pour les communautés rurales autour d'Abidjan en améliorant les revenus et les conditions de vie des villages, ainsi qu'à renforcer les compétences des fonctionnaires centraux et locaux, des conseillers ruraux et des parties prenantes des projets communautaires par le biais, bien évidemment, de formation. Mais nous ne voulons pas nous arrêter à ce seul projet. Nous souhaitons vivement que la Fondation Saemaul s'implique fortement dans le développement de la filière riz en Côte d'Ivoire. En effet, nous venons d'adopter une nouvelle stratégie nationale de développement de la filière riz, dénommée SNDR2, pour laquelle nous sommes à la recherche de financement et de partenariat. Ainsi, je suis disposé, moi et mes équipes, pendant mon séjour ici même, à rencontrer les responsables de la Fondation Saemaul, la COICA et les investisseurs privés pour échanger sur les potentielles intentions de financement dans la filière riz en Côte d'Ivoire. Mesdames et messieurs, pour nous, les échanges avec vous et également avec vos équipes sur la filière riz de la Côte d'Ivoire sont essentiels pour une coopération réussie. Je puis donc vous dire que mon ministère échangera en profondeur sur ces questions avec la Fondation Saemaul. Mesdames et messieurs, je souhaite à nouveau vous féliciter pour la réussite du Forum international Saemaul 2024. J'espère que cet événement se déroulera avec succès jusqu'à la fin et que l'esprit Saemaul et les expériences réussies du mouvement Saemaul en Corée du Sud se diffuseront dans de nombreux pays en développement et que les projets de développement régional également reflèteront, j'en suis persuadé, les caractéristiques locales. Je vous remercie.
여러분 장관님께 다시 한번
So please give a big round of applause to the minister. So since 2016 and the cooperation between Côte d'Ivoire government and the Samaul foundations began, and that made a positive and substantial impact on the residents in the Côte d'Ivoire, and he looked forward to closer cooperation with the Samaul Foundation and the expansion of a Samaul movement across the continent and
우리가 사진
Next, it's time to have a commemorative photo session. We will take 2 rounds of the photos. First with the speakers, moderators, and VIP guests. And next round of the picture will be done with all of you who are here. So please be seated. First, I'd like to invite the speakers and moderators and VIP guests to the stage. Please stand on the stage in one line so that we can take a photo. Please come onto the stage. All the other audiences, please remain seated.
네, 활짝 미소
Please smile big.
네, 먼저는 우리 활짝 미소
So why don't we smile and sit straight for the first photo? Please face the camera. Then we will have some gestures. Raise your right hand and say Samaul fighting. And to commemorate the forum, why don't we clap your hands? Thank you. So please remain seated. Why don't you go up to the stage so that we can take the second round of the photos? Everyone, please join the photo session. So all the graduate schools come to the stage.
그러면 그 계단을
So why don't we make multiple lines here so that we can all be within the frame? All the participants, please come.
예, 잠시만 기다려 주시면 다음 사진 찍도록
So please be patient. We will take another round of the photo with all the other audiences. After taking photo with a student, we will have another photo session. Those who are in the front line, please stand between the people.
예, 다시 한번 예, 한 번 더 찍습니다. 예, 한 번 더 찍겠습니다. Be careful, watch your steps. 네, 정면 please look at the camera and please give a big smile. And this time that we'd like to take a pose for camera. Would you please raise your right hand and Saemaul fighting. Okay, are you ready? 1, 2, 3, Saemaul fighting. And please wave your hands. Please wave your hands. Thank you very much. 네, please watch out. Be careful. 네, 오늘 우리 참석하신 모든 분들 무대 위로 모시고 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 무대 위로 올라와 주십시오. 우리 내빈분들께서는 잠시만 대기해 주십시오. 우리 학생분들은 잠시 Would you please return to your seat? All the graduate students, would you mind returning your seat? Graduate students, would you mind returning your seat? Thank you. Graduate students, thank you very much. We will have a short break. And please enjoy the coffee and dessert at the lobby. 네, 잠시 또 휴식 시간 가질 텐데요. 우리 내외 귀빈 여러분들 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 앞쪽에 카메라 잘 보일 수 있도록 뒤에 계신 분들께서는 까치발을 들고 서주시면 되겠습니다. 이쪽 그 우측에 계신 분들께서는 좌측으로 좀 이동을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 밑으로 내려오셔도 된다고 하십니다. 네, 마지막 촬영했습니다. 여러분 활짝 미소 부탁드리고요. 네. 자, 활짝 미소 부탁드리고 이번에 또 한번 우리 화이팅을 외쳐보도록 할 텐데 오른손 드시고 새마을 화이팅 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 새마을 화이팅! 네, 한 분 더 모시도록 하겠습니다. 새마을 화이팅! 네, 감사합니다. 네, 자리로 모시겠습니다. 네, 잠시 후에 오늘 정책 토론 있겠습니다.
So we will be soon starting the policy forum.
5 minutes. So we will see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly the very first session of the forum will be beginning shortly. All the participants, please come inside and take your seat. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. In case you need a service, please set the channel to number 1 for Korean and number 2 for English.
one will start in a few minutes. Please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, this forum will provide a simultaneous interpretation service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 곧이어 세션 1 시작하겠습니다.
The session will be beginning very shortly. All the participants outside of the room, please come inside.
곧이어 세션 1 시작하겠습니다.
The session will be beginning shortly. All the people at the lobby, please come inside.
One will start very soon, so please come into the hall and take your seat. Thank you.
반갑습니다. 이거 지금 켜져 있습니까?
좌장님 볼륨 조금 높여주시면 감사하겠습니다.
나오고 있습니까?
네, 곧이어 정책 토론 시작됩니다.
The very first session will be beginning. For those who are outside of the room, please come inside.
자, 안녕하십니까? 지금부터
Hello everyone. So I'd like to begin the first session on policies. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Vice President of Yeungnam University and also Professor for the Samaul International Studies. Today, in the first session, we're gonna talk about the future direction of the Samaul movement. And 3 presentations will be given in this session. And after listening to the presentation, I'd like to invite 4 discussants to the stage. So let me tell you how it will be proceeded. Actually, we have 90 minutes for this first session, but the opening ceremony was a bit delayed, so we will move faster than the original schedule. So we'll listen to the three presentation first, and then all the speakers and discussants will be invited to the stage for the discussion and have some exchange. First presentation will be given by Additional Director General Sampath Mantri Nake from the Department of External Resources of Sri Lanka, and the topic is transforming rural development through community-driven initiatives. I'll give 15 minutes for your presentation. 5 minutes. Please be on time. Then I'd like to invite the first speaker to the stage.
소장님, 이상우 소장님.
Mr. Isangu. Oh, we have a video clip. Okay, let us watch the video clip together.
Can I share my presentation? Can I share my presentation? Excuse me. Can I share my presentation?
혹시 지금
Is there any technical problem? Shall we start the second presentation first, or what do you say?
Silakan. I think that is some.
자 그러면은 소장님 그 두 번째 발표자부터 먼저.
While we resolve the technical issues, so let us move on to the second presentation, the first. So apologies. So we're going to change the order of the presentation. So can you hear the presentations from Dr. Umoti Phuong Lan, President of Ho Chi Minh University.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be here to present the paper about the Samaul Undong Republic of Korea and the new rural development program of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. These two as the pathway for sustainable development. My point of view of this paper is focused on the methodology, how our university and especially our Center for Saemaul Undong can embrace the Saemaul Undong spirit and bring into play Saemaul Undong spirit in the context of Vietnam. That's the way we translate the Saemaul Undong spirit into our national program. So our topic will cover first, we will present the Saemaul Undong in Vietnam, and secondly, we present how our center can disseminate the Saemaul value, and third, how we contribute to Vietnam National Target Program on the new rural development based on the Saemaul Undong spirit. Now, I am the president of the University of Social Sciences and Humanity, but I was the director for Center of the Rural Development Saemaul Undong before I became the president. So I can say to some extent, thanks for the activity that I work at the Center for the Rural Development and Saemaul Undong. It contributes to my career also. So this is the history of Saemaul Undong in Vietnam. We can trace back the first Saemaul training session in the north of Vietnam in the year 2005. And until 2016, our Center for Rural Development, Saemaul Undong, was established in the year 2016. And along with the Saemaul Undong activity in Vietnam, and our center become an Asian, very dynamic unit to develop Saemaul Undong in Vietnam. And thanks for the activity of the Saemaul Undong practitioner, nowadays in Vietnam, totally we have the many pilot village from the north to the south of Vietnam. So our center, we have the mission in carry out the research and also the carry out the training and consulting activity related to Saemaul Undong. So you can see now this is the distribution of the Saemaul pilot village in Vietnam. Totally, we have 15 pilot Saemaul Undong. So our center has the function is to how to enhance the people capacity in the rural development. So for our university and especially the center, we also based on the Saemaul spirit, which include the diligence, self-help, and cooperation. We translate this spirit into our activity. First of all is to do research and compiling books or material for the training section across the country. And secondly, we train the farmer, the practitioner, also the leader related to the Saemaul Undong lesson learned and also the spirit. And thirdly, we consulting for the various project from the central government and to the local government also. So this is a very brief video clip present our Center for Rural Development in Saemaul
là
Undong.
trung tâm nghiên cứu và ứng dụng thuộc trường Đại học Khoa học Xã hội và Nhân văn, Đại học Quốc gia thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, được thành lập ngày 25 tháng 7 năm 2016.
The center is centered around the rural development research and application, and they improve the produce variety. And we established the pilot villages and implemented the leading product for the One Village project. And these are the faculty and the researchers and the center. They are specializing in the various sectors, including agricultural technology, and they also include project practitioners. And the center is committed to spreading the Saemaul project and to provide the consulting and the training and develop the tourism programs for villages. And the purpose of our research, consulting, and the training is to develop the rural community and improve the income level of the low-income groups in the villages, and enhance the University of Ho Chi Minh Social Sciences and the Humanities.
A brief introduction about our Center for Rural Development and Saemaul Undong. And one of the most very important activity that we conduct many resources related to the Saemaul Undong. So until now we have published 2 textbooks about Saemaul Undong of Korea, Republic of Korea, and also another textbook on the rural development that apply the Saemaul spirit in the context of Vietnam. And we, beside compiling the textbook and the material, and after that we distribute across the country to the university and also to some practitioner. We have the mission to disseminate the Saemaul value to the activity, especially for the training, such kind of the TOT training, and we trained at the Saemaul exhibition and education room at our center. And also we have some training related to the capacity building in various fields of the, some trainees include cooperative members, management staff, farmers, student workers, and many others have come to our university, and also we come to the local to deliver the training. And for one of the very impressive activity, that we have the exhibition and education room that we present the history and the achievement, the globalization of the Saemaul Undong, So annually, we receive 1,000 of the students and people come to our center, and especially this room, in order to learn about Saemaul. And this is some picture about their activity. And after each section, we have the survey in how to improve our service and activity. And also we organized the scientific conference at the national level to the university in order to discuss about how to embrace the Saemaul value into the rural development program of Vietnam. And our center, thanks for the very rich and effective result, many international delegation had come to visit our university and our center. For example, we received the high-ranking delegates from Korea, from Thailand, from Indonesia, and other countries from across the globe. So you see that this is one of very successful service, community service activity of our university through the activity of the Center for Rural Development. And within the country, besides 1,000 of the people, the mass people, the students come, we also receive a high ranking from the government, such as this, the Minister of the Ministry of Rural Development and Agriculture of our country. He has come in order to learn and also to encourage our activity. And also we received the delegation from Ministry of Training and Education also to come to the center. And after we disseminate the Saemaul value, to give the education of the Saemaul value for various objects and people, we try how to translate the Saemaul value into the Vietnam National Target Program on the new rural development. Also to the activity of compiling the textbook for the Vietnamese government, give some training class or courses for the various community. And also we have some consulting service for various projects from the government level unto the local level. And also we have some charitable or volunteer activity. You can see that this is the material that we compile or we engage in the material at the government level. This is the training material for the program of the new rural development of Vietnam. And also we have some training for the people, for the corrector, for the leaders, the local leaders, and also the practitioner. And during the COVID, we still have a very active activity for the training people across the country with hundreds and thousands of people. And for consulting, our center not just only focus on the doing the research, the training, but also we have conduct some project by consulting for various projects from the local government onto the to the governmental level. For example, for rural infrastructure upgrade, and for the program for one commune and one product program, and especially we now Vietnam very focused on the tourism. So that's why we engage in consulting rural tourism for various provinces, and also for the program for poverty reduction. And for other activity, we engage in some with the Saemaul spirit and the Saemaul value. We also launching some the volunteer and charitable activities, such as we ask for help for the ethnic group minority, and also for the landscape upgrading for the ethnic group minority in the remote area, so that they can have a very fresh environment to live and to work. And we also in order to enhance the student the student perception of the green economics and for the sustainable development. We thanks for the support from our partner. We have built a farm in the school with practice the green solution or circular economy. And we during some growth of the Vietnam during last summer, we also asked for help from the community to help the people that lacking of the fresh water. And thanks for the activity of the our center, and also from the governmental level. So now the rural landscape and the rural condition in Vietnam has improved. And thanks for our rich and also effective activity, we have received many achievements. But one of the most important indicator for our success is now, since the year 2016, when we established, no one know about Saemaul Undong. Even though the vocabulary Saemaul Undong, they feel why new and they have no knowledge about that. But thanks for our very active activity, now people, they know about Saemaul Undong, and they write it's right. First, they write it's wrong. We often complain about they are writing our wrong process. So to conclude, the Saemaul Undong Republic of Korea and the new Rural Development Program of Socialist Republic of Vietnam as the pathway for sustainable development, because we share some similarity in terms of the strong politics, in terms of the building on the intrinsic strength, and enhancing training and community capacity building, and so on. And I think that in the context of the true meaning of Saemaul Undong, as Mr. Lee Sung-chung, I really like the idea of new nation initiative. I think that we should insist on the methodology of conducting development projects proposed by Saemaul Undong movement and the new rural development of Vietnam, so that we can have a proper pathway for sustainable development at any level and in any field or sector of the society and the globe. Thank you for your listening.
발표.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Ungoti Phuong Ran. So in the many villages, there are the Saemaul centers, And there are some cases where the centers haven't been actively operated. So we wish that this centers will be a benchmark for many other Saemaul centers because it's so active in training, publication, and the consulting. Thank you for the introduction of the center.
Next presentation is about development and changes in Korean society and the activation of the Saemaul Undong. Senior researcher Kwon Young-min from Saemaul Research Center of the Saemaul Foundation will give a presentation. Please be concise as much as you can, less than 15 minutes, 10 minutes preferably, please. Hello everyone. I'm from the Saemaul Foundation. My name is Kwon Young-min. Followed by the last year, I'm invited to here as a speaker, so I'm very thrilled to be on stage. The topic I'm going to cover today is, like it was said, the Saemaul Undong, its implication on the development of the Korean history and the further revitalization of the movement. Like the keynote speaker, Mr. Lee Song-jong said, now we need to expand the scope from the village level to the nation level with a new round of the Saemaul initiatives. And my presentation will be kind of an extension of that. As you well may be aware, Korea achieved the rapidest growth with 10,000 GDP per capita, and that all happened thanks to the power of Saemaul Undong. So how it became that kind of engine and the emotional or spiritual engine of the Korea's growth. Thanks to the diligence, self-help, and collaboration, it raised awareness of the importance of the diligence. So Korea evolved out of the recipient country into a donor country. So the Saemaul Undong is now recognized as one of the most successful economic growth initiatives in the world. So in my presentation, I'm gonna talk about what kind of economic and social impact the initiative made, and from the perspective of developing country, how it should be adopted. And thirdly, I'm going to talk about the past history of the Korea, how the scope of it has been expanded from the village level to the national level. Like a lot of developing countries back in 1946 up until mid-1970s, until the full liberation of the Korea, Korea was a recipient country. The foreign aid was very large, 15 billion, mostly from the US. The aid was made. Then after 1945, a huge economic growth was obtained. And Korea thought that we need to return this favor back to the developing countries. When you develop the cities and industry, the city grows and industry grows. However, the Saemaul Undong included the rural areas so that the balanced growth between the two can be achieved. After 1960s, if you see the changes in the rural areas, this is how it has been developed, and this is mostly because of the high rice price policy. The nation purchased the rice at a higher cost from the rural areas and sell at affordable prices to the urban dwellers, and that boosted the income level of the rural people. And so-called the Green Revolution, the unification rice was introduced after 1970 so that we can stand on our own feet in terms of the rice production. Also, with the afforestation effort, soil erosion was prevented, and we also opened the stores for the associate members to reduce the gap between rural areas and city areas. So if you see this story, it tells that the miracle was not happened overnight. It took years of effort under the name of Saemaul movement to accumulate the success cases, and that's how the milestones were achieved. During the Japanese colonial rule days, the Japanese Governor General of Korea established model village like 200 model villages. And if you see the key initiatives promoting livelihood activities, cooperative labor project, lifestyle movement, so those are quite similar to the concept of Saemaul Undong. However, the purpose of this initiative was not improving the quality of life in Korea. Rather, they wanted to kind of assimilate Korean people to the Japanese people to kind of exploit the Korean resources. Because of the Pacific War, they were suffering from lack of resources there, so they wanted to create a Korea as a basis for the exploitation. So that was limitation of the model village program. And in 1945, Korea was protected by the U.S. government. So right after the liberation, the U.S. military came to Korea, and back then, village level development program were there in 4 major villages as a pilot program. So there was a place called the Leading Center, and the officers from the Leading Center visit each village to achieve the development, and they wanted to expand it to the nationwide project, but it turns out to be failure because the budget was not enough and implementation process was very poor, and the leadership lacks skills. The training skills were education skills. And every project was led by the leaders, so-called leaders from the office, so it was not the civil engaged project, so it ended up in failure. Entering 1960s, so-called national reconstruction movement, where self-reliance movement was initiated. Without any project budget, it was all about the kind of emotional upgrade of the people or mindset teaching, so it was failure as well. Another project was agriculture and fishery income increase project, but it failed to induce the civil engagement and failed. But this project back then was in line with the Saemaul program to boost the income of the people, so kind of resuscitated the program later. The success of the Saemaul Undong can be explained by 3 factors, I believe. First one was land reform. So landowner and land tenant, the concept was not enough. Everyone had their own land. So within the rural areas, everyone was on an equal footing, I should say. And as you know, if you are illiterate, you cannot really communicate with others and do some businesses. So illiteracy eradication was there as well. They teach everything up until the adult stage. So even in the military facilities, people received education. In 1948, the illiteracy rate dropped down to 42% and then 1% as of today. So everyone in Korea can write and read these days. Finally, the key was tax reform. Mostly, when you see the developing countries, they are really heavily relying on the aid from other countries. If Korea did so, Korea was not able to such a big economic growth. People realized that the nation should grow based on the taxpayers' money, and that transition was made thanks to the tax reform. Another thing I need to mention is that, as you know, the former President Park Chung-hee strongly initiated this program. The president believed that more than anything others, farmers' self-reliance, the mindset is very important to create a modern society. Self-reliance is the key for him for the rural areas. That's why he wanted to create a village leaders, and more than others, the discriminatory benefit was there to kind of boost the competition between villages. That's how the Saemaul Undong was exponentially grew. In the process of doing Saemaul project, for example, when you do this kind of program outside of Korea, I often realize that the production-based income boost, infrastructure improvement, mindset teaching are very important, and all those elements were there in the past in Korea. So that's how we did. For production base or infrastructure, 40 action plans were implemented along with a lot of other programs. And also, if you see the budget burden, up until 1971, village people raised the majority of the fund. But if you go later part of the stage, the local villages and central governments share the burden 50 to 50. And next, I'm gonna talk about the leadership program. In 1971, the program was implemented to produce leaders, and in 36,000 villages, the budget was distributed evenly. But if you see some outliers, the highest performers, the program was led by the key leaders like the district leader or village leaders. And if you see poor performers, that happens because the leader was absent. Sometimes people mistrusted the government, and when they received the cement, they just let it they just abandoned it without using it. So the people in the Samaul Undong realized the importance of the leaders, and that's why they created the Central Training Institute. And they also thought that we need more than leaders. We need to educate the public servant. And while educating public servant, they realized that they need to also teach the nation leaders and the high-ranking officers as well. So through such education, the stronger cooperation between the private and the civil was made, and all the best practices and knowledge and experience were shared at the Samaul Central Training Institute. Also, it boosted the morale of the leaders. For example, there was a monthly meeting led by the president, and leaders were there to make a presentation before the president and the ministers of the nation. And when they received the award, they feel the sense of rewarding and become better leaders. And also, leaders had a chance to talk with the governor, one-on-one discussion with the governor back then. That was one of the privilege they had. Next is the nationwide reform. These days, most of the programs are done at a local level, so people in Korea usually talk with the municipalities in most of the programs. But if you see the history of Korea, it first should start from the national level. So in each ministry, they have their Saemaul kind of department or division, and at the central government, they had a council, Saemaul council. So at the local level, at the nation level, at the village level, they all have a council which can communicate to each other for the Saemaul program. Also, all the officers included in here frequently visited the site villages to communicate with the citizens. In 1972, the Park Chung-hee summarized his ideas and thoughts on the Saemaul, and according to this paper, the very first page says that all the people at the front line visit the village day and night from Monday to the Sunday to train them, encourage the village people. So they made a ceaseless effort and felt a sense of rewarding because they were amazed by the diligence of the farmers and workers. He left that kind of message in his kind of memoir. So these officers at least visited the 2 times in each village and see what people are doing, were doing, I mean. And if you see the monitoring programs, of course, at the village level, they maintain the materials at the country level, township level, and provincial level. And at the Ministry of Interior level, they do this kind of monitoring continuously and see what people are doing at the village level, township level, country level. So this is a very good governance structure between each levels. Finally, the implication of the Saemaul Undong. Background of the Saemaul Undong success. So land reform, leadership reform, tax reform, and continuous attempts to implement better policies were all successive factors. Especially when it comes to developing countries or the Korean government in the future, these are some of the highlights. For example, improvement of the farmers' mindset, the strong will of nation, and different support depending on the performance of each village, production of Saemaul leaders, and the good governance and education and engagement of the public servant are very critical for the future Saemaul Undong. Lastly, to summarize my talk, Samaul Undong is one of the representative rural development program advocated by the Korea, and this is being implemented under the K signature program in 17 countries. And I believe this is quite a success structure of the program. And in order to implement it, Gyeongsangbuk-do province and KOICA and the Ministry of Public Administration will work together for this program. And one thing I'd like to add is that the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, because they do have a lot of Saemaul Undong programs, so I think they need to join these forces as well, join this team as well. Also, in the process of implementing Saemaul initiatives, in case of KOICA, mostly they are PMC programs. So the unit is very small, not large enough to encourage the central government to join. So I think this kind of Saemaul program should be fully integrated so that we can have a whole large body which can take the full responsibility of the Saemaul Undong program in each nation. That is my wish. Thank you so much for your kind of listening. Thank you so much for your presentation. So senior researcher Kwon talked about the structure, history, implementation process of the Saemaul Undong in his presentation, and along with the implication of it.
The connecting to Sri Lanka, so let me try again. Mr. Vice Director Sambat, do you hear me? Are you ready? Are you online now? Okay. For the sake of time saving, you are strongly recommended to finish up your presentation 15 minutes, okay? If you could finish up in 10 minutes, it's much better. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Sambat, do you hear me?
Mr. Sambat, please turn on your mic on with the Zoom. Now I can't hear you.
Mute kar di.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
we can hear you now. Okay.
Hello, can you?
Yes.
I can hear. Oh,
Now you can hear you. You may proceed your
Hello.
presentation. Thank you.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Just please start your presentation now.
Yeah.
It has been already
Yes, you can start.
started.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry for the technical error because I am hearing the echo sound still. I think somebody has turned on their mic. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. You may begin
Hello.
your presentation now.
Hello. Still, I hear some echoes of again. Sorry, can you go for
Mr.
another
Sampas?
presentation until we rectify this?
Mr. Sampas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you can start now. You can start your presentation now.
Sister. Hello? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Your speaker is so clear, so you can start your presentation now.
Huh?
I
Hello,
think
can you hear me now?
this gentleman cannot hear our part.
Yes, we can hear you. Please start your presentation.
I can start here. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Saemaul Undong Foundation for giving me this opportunity. And for the sake of the time saving, I will skip this one. What is Saemaul? It is, I think, already presented. And but I would like to say what I wanted to tell from this side. This concept of Saemaul is not as Saemaul, but this concept is a long time from inherited in Sri Lanka. It is the self-help system, but Indian. Then from the introduction of Saemaul Foundation projects in Sri Lanka was happened in 2015 with the signing of MOU with Sabaragamu Provincial Council. It is a landlocked provincial council. We have 9 provinces in Sri Lanka. Originally, since 2015 and then again 2017, both MOUs were presented, signed with the Sabaragamu Provincial Council only. But since the government wanted to spread this Saemaul concept all over the island, all the 9 provinces, so government initiated the third MOU signing, which was happened last year in Sri Lanka. Then now the Saemaul Foundation can do their projects in all over the island in any province. Because of that, Saemaul Foundation now started in the central province also after the signing of MOU in 2023. So the key objectives of the Saemaul projects in Sri Lanka is to actually to upgrade the living standard in of the rural community. In order to cater this one, we have the Ministry of Public Administration, Home Affairs, Provincial Councils and Local Government. Actually, it is the key ministry that which is working Saemaul Foundation in Sri Lanka, and also External Resources Department where I am working. It is the external hub of Sri Lanka to have any loan or grant. And Ministry of Women, Child Affairs and Social Empowerment is the one of the ministries that Saemaul project are undertaking in Nuwara district in Central Province. And also the provincial council, respective provincial councils are involved. I will explain later. And this is secretaries and divisional secretaries also involved in this process. So you see the Sri Lankan government is fully engaged. I will explain with the contents on the MOU later, so that Saemaul Foundation in Sri Lanka is fully recognized by the Sri Lankan government. So key projects in Sri Lanka. This Walpola Saemaul projects, it is mainly the mushroom cultivation and the upgrading of the living standards in Sri Lanka. This was one the nominated the best Saemaul village among 12 countries, and they won the award in 2024. And another project, Hewadi pilot project, it is also the one, and also there's another Pitiyagama pilot village. Mainly they focus on mushroom cultivation and the Hewadi shoe production, and the Palagama project that they are mainly on pottery, and Nuarelia. Oh yeah, this Nuarelia pilot project also there. With this is mainly focused on women participation. This is the one they are working with the women's ministry, and there's a Bulat Kohopitiya and Vadimada. They are mainly focused on farming, and mainly the Vadimada is seed potato farming is there. So when I turn to the key policies of Sri Lankan government, actually now Sri Lanka is the transition stage, because we had elected the president, but immediately after we dissolved the parliament, and now we are in the process of electing the parliamentary members. It will be done in 14th November 2024. In the meantime, now we are now working on the elected government with its manifesto, the Thriving Nation and Beautiful Life. This is the new the policy of the new government. And when we read this policy document, we can see this entire, this is actually the manifesto. It will become the policy after the electing the parliament, and after accepted by the parliament after November 21st. 21st is actually the first day that we have scheduled parliament is coming. So the entire entire manifesto is based on 4 areas of the fulfilling life, honorable life, modern life, and dignified life. That means you can see that this is the upgrading of the people's life. So I think that Saemaul concept very much attached to this new manifesto of the new government. So when we implement this, we are facing some challenges with the rural CBOs, cooperative societies, farm organization, and avoid the politicization. It is the most important thing, because we had these cooperative societies over the last decades, and farm organizations also there. So we see that some issues related to politicization and all, but I think Saemaul Foundation also will fit into this structure, but we need to avoid these challenges. And sustainability of the project after initial implementation also very much important, because if the generated income is not sustainable, then people will move away from this. That is what we see when we implement the cooperative societies and the farm organizations like that, our previous methods. And we don't want that thing to happen to Saemaul concept. Funding resource limitation also, it is, you know, that we have that economic one. Therefore, we need to mobilize private investments and ODA or any the other kind of financing modalities here. and mechanism used to overcome these challenges. Actually, that is what I told earlier. We signed the MOU with long consultations with respective parties, and also fund for model mechanism. We need to get the government assistance and also the maybe ODA or any assistance, and also the fund and also the private sector. That means beneficiary participation is very much important. The Saemaul concept is very much highlighted with the beneficiary participation. That implementing agency is the Saemaul Foundation, and the executive agency is the Ministry of Home Affairs for Provincial Council and Local Government. So, and also that in the MOU, we have protected this mechanism in order to overcome all the challenges we faced, in order to ensure the sustainability of the project. We have the National Steering Committee. It is chaired by the Secretary of the Ministry of Provincial Council and Local Government, and relevant stakeholders, including the Department of External Resources and the Department of National Planning of the central government, and also Provincial Steering Committee of each province that Saemaul projects are implementing. That means we have already implemented Sabaragamu province and central province steering committees, and we hope to enhance the other provinces in relation to the enhancement of the projects. So they are the Chief Secretary of the Provincial Council is the chair of the Provincial Steering Committee. So they are the people who look after the project very closely, and they monitor and they report it to the National Steering Committee, and that National Steering Committee will report to the Treasury. That is how the sustainability is maintained. And also future plans and expansions. We expand in New Light, where Sri Lanka is, as I said, among the 9 provinces, but we work with only 3 provinces. So it is essential to expand the other provinces. So deepening partnership with government and NGOs, new projects, initiatives, and also with the possible collaboration with other donors like Koika and other countries. And so, and also I would like to conclude by saying conclusions like long-term impact. Saemaul concept we very like because there's a long-term impact on rural development. The community empowerment as a sustainable approach in line with the new government policy. Actually, it is very much in line with the new government policy. So therefore, we are very much sure that new government is going to enhance their projects. Strengthening the ties between the South Korea and Sri Lanka. Actually, South Korea is a very good friend of ours in ODA, and especially the grant projects. So we very much like to strengthen our ties between 2 countries. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation from the additional director. He talked about the current status of the Sri Lanka and what kind of Saemaul programs are being done in 9 provinces of the Sri Lanka. Also, he talked about the precondition for the expansion of the program and the challenges he faced and the possible solutions from his opinion. So now it's time to have a discussion.
발표자
So we are going to invite the speakers and the discussants to the stage. So we don't have much time left in the morning session, and we have 20 minutes before the lunchtime, so let us speed up a little. So we have four panelists, and so we are going to give 3 minutes to each panelist. Then you can use up to 4 minutes if our comments need to be longer. And after hearing from the panelists, if there are questions, we are going to give a time to respond to the speakers, and we hope to have a general Q&A session. So I think each panelist will have 3 minutes, and then we are going to hear the answers from the speakers. I'm going to introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Chung Jae-moon, the Director of Saemaul Development Cooperation Division of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. And we have Professor Lee Jung-ju of Yeungnam University. And we have the Director An Sung-il of International Cooperation of Korea Saemaul Undong Center. And we have the Director Lee Sang-woo of Saemaul Research Center of the Saemaul Foundation. So according to the order of the introduction, we are going to begin with the Director Chung Jae-moon. So please. Good morning. I am Chung Jae-moon, Director of Saemaul Development Cooperation Division of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. And I actually prepared the script to deliver my message. But I'm disappointed because I need to use only 3 minutes. So let me summarize my prepared talk. I would like to appreciate the presentation from Sri Lanka and Vietnam, and their representations gave us lessons for us to make a leap forward. And we need to tailor the Saemaul Undong project to the local situation and the circumstances. And in order to promote Saemaul Undong as a global movement, there are a lot of considerations to be made. So as Foundation President Lee Seung-jong mentioned, so we have to implement a Saemaul project as a national momentum for development. Also, Saemaul movement, there should be a national development engine, and the rural and regional development of the country must be linked to a higher concept of national development when Saemaul projects are implemented. In the case of Korea, the Saemaul movement started in rural areas, and its spirit, principle, and necessity can be also found in national development policies, not just in rural policies. Starting with rural areas, development plans in areas such as health, sanitation, and education, as well as improvements in community environment and infrastructure, were implemented as part of Saemaul movement. So the overall development plans were directly or indirectly influenced by Saemaul movement. So the government has to reorganize its administrative system. So central government start the Saemaul project, and up to the local level, the Saemaul Undong has been implemented as one system. So again, in ODA programs, so we will implement it systematically according to the structure of a Saemaul Undong implementation, so that it should be promoted as a national development plan. If Saemaul project is promoted with national development and modernization in mind, Saemaul movement will become a greater asset to the national community as a model for national transformation and development rather than just a rural development model. Our ministry will provide utmost support to many countries around the world. And last year, we held the Saemaul Global League, with 42 ministers from other countries. And they recognize the importance of a Saemaul Undong project for rural and the national economic development and discuss the ways to implement the project. And secondly, so we have to implement the Saemaul movement as a national and awareness improvement. And through the Saemaul movement, we have to make sure that the residents will not excluded when they implement the project. So as a result, residents recognize the importance of a Saemaul movement. As presented, the Saemaul movement is a comprehensive regional movement, and Saemaul's spirits of diligent self-help and cooperation have led to the achievement and the development of a nation, and we brought about the changes so that residents can shape their normal and desirable behavior. And also it is important to have a visible outcome from Saemaul Undong, and in the process we can modernize the awareness and perceptions of our residents, and that's how we should implement Saemaul Undong's movement. And then the individuals can enhance their capacity as citizens of an advanced society, and Korean government has shared its Korea's experience and examples of Saemaul Undong since 2009 with other countries. Up to last year, 13,000 town leaders and officials from 74 countries completed Saemaul education, and 120 Saemaul pilot villages were shaped in 23 countries. Going forward, the ROK's government will cooperate with Gyeongsangbuk-do and Koika, and will commit the village project for the next 10 years for 12 countries. So Saemaul Undong Center and Samaul Foundations will take the lead in operating the local Saemaul Undong Training Center and provide tailored Saemaul training. In order to implement Saemaul Undong's project along with the partner countries' national policies, we are going to provide tailored policy consulting. And we hope that we will continue our interest and the support so that the Saemaul movement can be a national strategy for developing countries. Thank you very much. Sorry for not giving you enough time. I appreciate the comment.
Professor Lee, the floor is yours. Hello everyone, greetings. I'm from Yeungnam University. My name is Lee Jung-ju. Today at this forum, we listened to the Saemaul Undong initiatives across the globe, and it's my great pleasure to see all those examples. Especially Mr. Lee Seung-jong, the leader of the Saemaul Foundation, says that New Nation Initiative is such a timely topic that we need to talk on. So first, regarding the Sri Lanka presentation, I have some questions and comment as well. So in your presentation, it seems like that for the development of the nation, Sri Lanka has been implementing Sri Lanka programs and make a lot of effort to make a success Saemaul Undong. Especially back in 1970s, the basic spirit of the Saemaul Undong, diligence, self-help, and collaboration are the key spirit. And I think along with the additional basic spirit of the Yeungnam University, you are doing very well in the Sri Lanka, and that was quite impressive. So these three spirit of the Saemaul Undong, diligence, self-help, and collaboration, was proposed by the president of the Yeungnam University actually. So he wanted to share this idea with the globe without seeking any profit, and he also took the local conditions into consideration when they do it. So sharing, service, and creativity are the additional values he wanted to add to the three spirit of the Saemaul Undong. And I was impressed that Sri Lanka is very doing well in respecting those values. Also, like the 1970s in Korea, the central government and local government in central Sri Lanka created very good governance to monitoring the Saemaul Undong and to respond to the complaints to improve the programs. And that monitoring and governance is quite critical, I think. Also in Sri Lanka, in your presentation, you are pursuing the sustainable development, and sustainability is a key in your programs, I believe. And to obtain sustainability, Sri Lanka need to have ownership of the National Development Program of Saemaul Undong, I believe. What matters the most here is that the experts production of the Saemaul Undong experts. So this is not just a talk to Sri Lanka, but all the countries who are implementing Saemaul Undong program need to think together how to produce the enough number of the Saemaul experts. So to educate Saemaul experts, we can use a lot of options. For example, we can have a thematic education, time-based education. Of course, those kind of education is important. But in my university, we have a dual degree course, and people can join this course to get expertise. We have a Saemaul International Development Department, which teach the academic aspect of the Saemaul Undong. So maybe we can run this kind of courses with other university. And we have a Pak Jeong-i Saemaul University, where it is the best place to produce the expert in the field of Saemaul. So we can have a multiple cooperation in the education sector as well. And for the successful implementation of the Saemaul Undong in Sri Lanka, physical outcome is important, but the governance structure, the implementation methodology and process, those kind of software side is very important. Also, assessment of the outcome is very important to improve the next round of the Saemaul initiatives. So both software and hardware must be taught sufficiently to implement the program successfully. So I think I need to rush. I only have 3 minutes. Actually, I have a question to the Sri Lanka presentation. It feels like that over the last 10 years, Sri Lanka implemented the program and made a lot of success cases, I believe. So what is the most representative success case of the Saemaul initiative in Sri Lanka? Please share one very successful cases in your opinion. Also, my second idea is that after listening to the Vietnamese presentation, I realized that I have a very special connection with Vietnam personally because NTP and RD and Saemaul Undong were compared to each other, how they contributed to the development of the Vietnam. So I had a chance to work with Vietnamese scholars to make the comparison between the two. And Han Dok-gu, the moderator, involved in this study for quite a long as well. So I went there, Vietnam, in person actually, and it turns out that Vietnam already have a very good infrastructure for the Saemaul Undong, I thought. Because if you see Vietnam, there are so many talented people. So we have a lot of Vietnamese students in the Pak Jeong University. They're studying very hard to be a leader on the global stage. And back then, my study tells that MPT, NLD, and Saemaul Undong have very much similarities as well. Because if you see the success element of the Saemaul Undong, we are doing a lot of researches on the successful element of the Saemaul Undong, and I see a lot of similarities with the Vietnamese initiatives. In order to make a success with this program, like Mr. Lee Song-jung said, it should be nationwide program, not the village level program. That is quite critical, I thought. In some sense, you also need to take local condition into consideration to give the tailored support for each region. Back in 1970s, when President Pak Jeong-i started the program first, he thought that cookie cutter program is not right. So you need to understand the local conditions, and local conditions are different from one another. So you need to analyze each condition separately to come up with the best program, he argued. So after listening to the keynote speech, at the last part of his presentation, he said that Saemaul Undong should be one good part of the MPT and NRD program of Vietnam. Samaul Undong can contribute to the sustainable development of the Vietnam, and in order to do so, what would be the most critical element to use the Samaul Undong most wisely, in your opinion? That is my question to the Vietnamese speakers, and then concludes my discussion. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. And Professor Lee that asked the questions to the Director General the Sampat and the Dr. the Ngoti Phuonglan. But we are going to hear all these comments and questions, including those in the floor, and then we are going to give the chance to the speakers to answer. And next, we are going to hear from the Director An Sung-il of International Cooperation of Saemaul Undong Center. Good morning. I am An Sung-il of Saemaul Undong Center, and I'm very pleased to be part of this international forum as a panelist. And I would like to say congratulations on the successful opening of forum. And I think the issues and the consideration that we have are similar to that of foundation. So ODA program based on Saemaul Undong that has been around for 15 years. And we worked with a lot of partner countries, but despite a lot of limitations, so we have implemented the global Saemaul Undong project. There were a lot of limitations in terms of budget, the human resources, and in our center, so we worked with 4 countries in the operating the pilot villages, and the budget was only 20 million won per village. The budget was very small for our center, so it was not enough to transform that at the national level or the bigger, higher level, regional level. However, so we can use this kind of a village program as a watershed, but not many success cases were found in using that as a momentum. And for example, so we provided a cement material to the pilot villages, and we wish to use a nationally organized cement distribution system. However, we had little access to the nationwide system, even though we supplied the cement materials to the smaller levels of villages, but the small villages sometimes were not qualified to do this kind of a job or not enough sufficiently capable. So we want to overcome this kind of a limitation and expand the base more broadly at the national level. So we hope that partner countries will create an environment for Saemaul Undong projects like Korea did. Korea that started to link national and the local efforts, and also the linked export program to promotion of heavy industries, and also the rice programs and the fertilizer programs were interlinked with each other. And as Professor Kwon mentioned, and so rice supply and the demand plan was also linked with the Saemaul village movement. That's why Korea's case was successful. So we hope that the partner countries will look at the Saemaul Undong more broadly and refers to the cases of KOICA and the Rural Development Administration of Korea and the Ministry of Agriculture of Korea. So hope that the partner countries will work more closely and get consulting the service from the Korean, the local governments and institutions. And it's time to link Saemaul Undong projects with other national projects, including development project, and the pilot village is selected. Local government should look at several villages at a time and combine them as a cluster. Then their self-help and the self-sufficiency will improve, and the Saemaul governance will be structured. And I took an example of a cement, and the cement project was an important watershed program for Saemaul pilot village project. So hope that many countries think about a good watershed program. Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to give the floor to Director Lee Sang-woo of the Saemaul Foundation. Hello everyone, as also introduced, my name is Lee Sang-woo from Saemaul Foundation. I don't have much time, so I'll be very quick and concise. Some recommendation, I should say. In case of Sri Lanka, as you heard in the presentation, village level project produce good outcomes and it is being expanded to the central government level. And for the expansion, they create a governance at the provincial level and village level and national level. What is encouraging is that in 2024, the new government was inaugurated and the direction of the new government also respect the spirits of the Saemaul Undong. So that kind of consistency is something that we need to welcome because Sri Lanka is ready for the nationwide Saemaul initiatives. For the Ministry of Finance will play a role as a central piece of the program to monitor the nationwide Saemaul Undong program, and that is quite encouraging, I think. For the Vietnam presentation, I think she made an excellent presentation and she's working very energetically, I think, in all fields to make a success at rural areas with the Saemaul Undong initiatives. Saemaul textbook and education training are given to help not just farmers, workers, but college students to enhance their skills and knowledge. OCOP, One Village, One Delicacy project was implemented to boost the income of the local people and also generation of the young entrepreneurs. So those are some of the contribution of the program. To further upgrade the program, in this time of the modern society, IT or youngsters, women, their capabilities need to be further enhanced to make another success story of the Saemaul Undong initiatives. That is my wish. Also, whenever we talked about the Saemaul Undong program, my concern is that the humanitarian approach to village, that humanitarian aspect needs to be well kind of organized so that it can take root firmly in the Vietnamese society. Thank you so much for your kind listening. I'll wrap up here. Thank you.
So before giving the chance to the speakers to speak, we're going to take just one question or comment from the floor. Any questions, please raise your hand. If there's none, so let me turn the mic to Additional Director General Sampat and Dr. Eungo T. Phonglan. And we are going to begin with the Director General Sampat. Can you answer those questions of Professor Lee? So what's the most successful case in Sri Lanka? So can you be brief in answering the question? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much and for the presentation. First of all, I would like to appreciate the idea of having more experts in the field of Saemaul concept, so that we can have more collaboration with Korean and Sri Lankan institutes. This idea, I think we will extensively discuss with the Saemaul Foundation in Sri Lanka as well as the Ministry of Provincial Council and Local Government, because they are the key ministry according to the MOU we signed. So I think that then we can have a very good collaboration in that field, because I agree with the idea, because there are some experts, a few experts in Sri Lanka also who studied in Korea and give their contribution, but I think it is not sufficient. So we'll have an extensive discussion on that one. And also the monitoring and evaluation, we have established, as I explained, the mechanism from the field level as provincial council and the national level, national steering council. So that we can monitor this one, and also the most one as per the time constraint, I explained one most successful project in Walpola project. Actually, it was nominated as best Saemaul village among 12 countries in the world in 2024. This gives 400 individuals to upgrade their livelihood in mushroom cultivation. And sustainability is, this project is attached to the value chain. That means supply chain, and sometimes we find that there's not enough supply for the demand. That means there's more demand for this. So that sustainability is assured in this Walpola project. And also for the, Sri Lanka is a tropical country, and we have solar energy, very rich solar energy available in this country. So that is, we have installed a 36 kilowatt solar system for the sustainability of the mushroom cultivation project. So that we all included in this one, in this project, so that there are seed manufacturing and cultivation and production and the marketing also, so that all the chain, it is established in there. That is the success of this Walpola project. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
And so Dr. Phong-Lam, so Saemaul movement in the Vietnam, and NPT NRD is a project for them. So to be effective, so what will be the most important, the issue or the challenge to overcome?
Thank you very much for the own comment and also the very important question from Professor Lee. And I also very impressed by the study you have done. So maybe we can share with each other. For return to the question, I think that the most important challenges for us when doing the salmon project or salmon related activity is the human resources. Like Professor Lee already mentioned, that we need to have more salmon experts in order to disseminate the salmon value and the lesson learned from the salmon movement. So that's why to our activity, we pay attention much to the training, but not just one factor, but we have the methodology. All of our activity are founded on doing the research and the lesson learned from the salmon movement in order to carry out our activity. So that's why this is also the secret how we can implement successfully on the project, because we base on the scientific research and also the lesson learned from the salmon Undong. And because the Vietnamese context of applying salmon values is totally different from other cases, we not totally imitate the model, but we translate the lesson learned and also the methodology, how to carry out the development project. So this is the way, the most important way to be successful and to our challenges in the human resources. That's why at first we suggest for our government, you need to train the local leader the community leaders. This is the lesson learned from Saemaul Undong movement. So, and for our at our university, we have a lot of students and already received. Yes, we learn some training for our students and also for our partner to know about the Saemaul Undong. So this is my question. Thank you.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for your answer. So we are 10 minutes behind the schedule, but that was quite a good presentation and discussion. That was very informative and meaningful. My special goes to the additional director Sampatu for being with us on the online platform. So that concludes the very first session on the policies. Thank you so much for your participation.
감사합니다. 오늘 정말 촉박한 이 시간에도 불구하고 굉장히 알차게
That was a very insightful and meaningful debate.
Please. 네. 네, 연사분들과 우리 좌장님들 먼저 사진 촬영 한번.
So we're going to take a photo session with the moderator and the panelists. And despite there's a time limit, so we had a very insightful presentation and heard valuable comments.
우리 대표이사님도 함께 모시도록 하겠습니다.
We're going to invite the president of the foundation as well.
네, 활짝 미소 부탁드리겠습니다.
Smile, please.
화이팅 한번 할까요? 화이팅!
Can you say whiting? Please give them a big round of applause while they are taking a photo. Thank you. So let me make some announcement about lunch. The lunch will take place in 2 venues. General participants, please go to the training hall, and if you are students of Yeungnam University, you can go to the 3rd floor of training hall.
University, the lunch will be provided on the 3rd floor of the training center, the Saemaul Training Center. So, and after that, we will resume the session at 2 p.m. 오늘 2시부터 다음 세션 진행되겠습니다. 새마을 운동을 이끌어갈 차세대 봉사단원과 함께하는 새마을 토크쇼.
In the afternoon, we are going to begin with the Samaul talk show with next generation volunteers.
We'll start at 2 p.m. So we'd like to ask you to return to your seat at 10 to 2 p.m. Thank you. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2024 새마을 국제 포럼 오늘 세션
We will soon begin session 2 of Saemaul International Forum. Please come inside and take your seats. And please silence your mobile phones or electronic devices. In session 2, we're going to have a Saemaul talk, and so we are going to have volunteers and see what our Saemaul volunteers are doing now.
Session 2 will begin very soon, so please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or electronic devices to silent mode. This session will provide simultaneous interpretation service. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 그럼 지금부터 세션 2 새마을
We are going to begin session 2, the Samaul talk. The theme is what our Samaul volunteers are doing now. We are going to hear from next generation Samaul leaders who had participated in the overseas volunteer program. Let me invite today's chair, Professor Choi Young-chul of Chungbuk National University, will moderate the session. Good afternoon. Good to see you. I am Professor Choi Young-chul in Public Administration at Chungbuk National University. I'm very honored to be the moderator of today's session. The objective of today's Saemaul talk is going to hear the experience of overseas volunteers, and we will drive the lessons and motivate other potential volunteers based on their insights and experience. We are given about 70 minutes, and let's get right into it. We are supposed to have 6 speakers today, so can we invite them to the stage?
여섯 분이
And I guess one hasn't arrived yet. It seems one speaker is missing. So maybe we can have a change of plan, or the other one more speaker is on her or his way. So let us begin. And I'm pleased to see the students coming in. Thank you very much for joining us. So we are joined by the speakers who are going to share their experience in the Saemaul volunteering. And I'm going to call the names in the order that's stated in this program. We have Song Hyun-ju, the Secretary General of the Overseas Volunteers Program. And we have Chang Han-yong, the Global Youth Saemaul Leader. And we have Bae Ju-han, Saemaul Overseas Volunteer. And the next is Lee Min-ho, Saemaul Overseas Volunteer. And we have high school student volunteer. And we have Seo Chae-eun, Saemaul Overseas Volunteer. We have Im Jun-hyuk, the Saemaul Overseas Volunteer, who is also a high school student. So probably Lee Min-ho is missing right now. So we'll just wait. Oh yes, we have the 6 speakers. Sorry, I was confused. So we have all the speakers as we planned. As I mentioned, the objective of Saemaul talk is that we are going to hear from the experience and the lessons of the overseas volunteer programs, and I want to hear what their motivations are and what impact the experience had on their daily lives. So this is a session of sharing experience. So we have about 70 minutes. I think I can give each speaker about 10 minutes. And then after the presentations, we are going to have the Q&A session. You may have questions while you listen to them. So to effectively manage time, so we are going to, so first tier, the first round of talk. So can you introduce yourself and when, so you went for a overseas volunteering and which country you're working and what activities you did. So we are going to have a short introduction for the 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes for each speaker. So let's go for the first round. So please introduce yourself and which countries you went and tell us what motivations you had and what activities you did in those countries. So let's begin with Ms. Song Hyun-ju. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be part of this session. My name is Song Hyun-ju. Sorry, so I have a very rough voice. I got suddenly sick. I'm sorry to have to speak with this troubling voice. So I was a overseas volunteer that dispatched to India, the Gyeongsangbuk-do village in September 2012. I have some qualifications, so I joined the sanitation awareness campaign. That's what I initially planned. However, when I went to the village, I took a census, and there was a water tank, and we found that the water tank was a challenge for the residents. So we changed our plan, and then installed the public water tank for the residents. And however, the water was my not expertise. However, I worked with the team leader Son Tae-gyun. So we set the ground and installed the water tank successfully. Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping the time.
Next, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Chang Han-young. The floor is yours. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Yeungnam University. I'm part of the Samaul Global Youth Leader, and I went to Vietnam last year, August 2023, and came back this June as a student. I worked at the Vietnamese Saemaul Foundation office mostly. I upgraded and modernized the documentation of the system so that all the existing Samaul Undong program or initiatives can be upgraded and improved with the lessons learned. So I kind of systematically documented all those past activities, and I went here and there to help the activities on the ground, and I actually paid a visit to each village, and I realized that this is something different what I learned. So I had a chance to look around the village and see how it is being unfolded on the ground. Actually, when I first went there, I didn't really want to do that. However, as I was studying in school, I keep paying interest in it, and I happened to face the COVID-19, as you know. So I wanted to work outside of Korea, but everything got suspended because of the pandemic. However, I decided to take some years off so that I can have a chance to go outside of Korea if there is any chance, and I had to seize a chance when there is any. So I decided to take a chance, and my visit taught me that things are more rewarding than I originally thought. So that is everything for my introduction. Thank you. So maybe I will have a chance more to listen to your detailed explanation. Please be brief with your introduction.
So next we have a university student, Pei Ju Han. Please introduce yourself. Good afternoon. I worked as a Saemaul overseas volunteer. I was a team leader, and our voluntary team stayed in 10 days in Sri Lanka in August 2024, and we organized a lot of activities for school children. And we did a lot of games and the water gun play to get close with the students. And in order to trigger interest in Korean culture, we made a Korean traditional mask together. Besides athletic activities and the fun play, we had the exchange program through the recreation, and also we participated in the Kebu government event. Thank you. So we will hear more about it later.
Mr. Imino, the floor is yours. Hello everyone. Likewise, like the previous speaker, I went to Sri Lanka beginning from July up until August. As a college student, my name is Imino. To start off, whenever I heard about the overseas volunteer activities, I always wanted to do that. However, last year the COVID got alleviated, and since the pandemic is over, I thought that I need to find a chance to go outside of Korea as a volunteer. I happened to find some announcement at my university college website, and I did some interview, and from July, I actually had a chance to visit the country, and that was very precious and rewarding and memorable activities personally. And I still feel the happiness I felt in the country. The previous speaker said that those are the activities we mostly done, and those are the activities I joined it together. So later I'm gonna talk about the details of my experiences and what kind of impact the experience made on myself. I think I will have more chance to do so. Thank you so much.
So next up, we are going to hear from the high school student. So we have the two high school student volunteers. So we have the Seung. Good afternoon. So I participated as a Saemaul, overseas volunteer in the Laos. And I want to talk about our program. I'm from Sangmo students, and we are going to install the libraries, and also did a lot of wall painting activities in school. And Laos has a very hot and wet summer weather in the tropical region. So we also made natural mosquito prevention necklace. And also we did a traditional cultures activities for the kaleidoscope, and they also the students added the national flag of Laos and Korea to have exchanges and have a shared feelings. So you've been Laos.
Mr. Im Jun-hyuk, take the floor, please. Hello, everyone. I'm the youngest aviation maintenance officer for the Gyeongsangbuk high school. My name is Im Jun-hyuk. So with a student right next to me in 2024 July, I joined the Saemaul volunteer program in the Laos Vientiane region. Upon my arrival, I went to the place called the Nongsai Schools and Library, and I went there to paint the buildings and do the education for the local people. When I teach local students, I taught the aviation because that is something I'm good at. I let them to build the boomerang, and I taught the principles behind it along with the education and practices. And the remaining will be explained in the later part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. So we heard their experience, including the country of volunteer activities and their motivation. So let's get into more details. I want to hear the more detailed stories about what they had experienced during the volunteer program period. Let's begin with with the others, because I know the Hyunju has a very hoarse voice.
부분은
So my second question is that in your journey as a volunteer, what was the most impressive activities you had? Could you share some? I will give 3 to 4 minutes for each speaker. First, Mr. Bae Ju-hwan, you are the first to speak.
특별하게
So what was very impressive out of your activities and experience? To be honest, all these activities were very memorable. Especially what was impressive was my first day of the schools. So we planned activities with school children. So it was my first time, and so I planned the activities, and first I was worried about how the popular these activities will be, but we were very much welcomed by the students, and some of the activities were canceled because of rain. Despite that, all the students were very active and engaging. And we have the flipped play, and so first they didn't understand how to play the game, but later they really got immersed into the game and had a lot of fun. And on the second and third day, so we have the water gun play, water gun fighting, and during the activity, we didn't have a lot of fun because of time constraints, but they enjoyed the play. And based on this positive experience, I am continuing to work as a volunteer for many programs. Thank you. So you had a lot of time together with school children in Sri Lanka.
이민호 대학
Mr. Imino, could you share some experience as well? To begin with, I don't like to start with the conclusion first, because overseas volunteer experience, personally for me, had a large and small impact, but it gave me a chance to look back on my past. Because in the morning, I went to the disabled health center, and looking back on, I realized that the overseas experience personally was a quite valuable time for me. And among others, actually, the people of my generation in Korea usually think that the world is too stuffed and they have nothing to do but just land a job safely. But when I went to Sri Lanka, I felt that the people of my age, youngsters there, and those people, their lifestyle taught me that they have no grievances whatsoever for their lifestyle, and they live their life very happily. And that happy life leading and behavior gave me an enlightening experience for me. And I thought that I need to give back to the society as much as I got from the society. Maybe I can start from very small things and grow big. That is the big impact personally for me. Thank you so much. That was the experience you felt in Sri Lanka. So in this heavily competitive society, they still found a small happiness within the society, and you saw it and felt a lot. Thank you.
라오스 봉사
And we want to hear from the Chae-eun, so who went to Laos. So I want to tell you two stories in education activities. So we really had trouble communicating with the Laotian students. However, so we used a lot of gestures, and the language communication. We were very worried about a communication barrier, but we realized that we can connect with each other through the body language. So there wasn't any stumbling block in communication. And also in cultural exchanges, we could hear there is a head shaving. Have a lot of experience. It's the head hairs the shavings experience. It's a Buddhist experience, and we thought that many wouldn't be participating because of the rainy weather, but some local people participated, and later the space was full with a lot of people, and many people were really kind enough to guide us. I experienced this hairs shavings experience, and it was very impressive experience. Thank you very much for your story. So we want to hear a bit more about your experience.
Mr. Im Junil, you're the next to speak. My experience gave some memorable experiences. One is that the painting of the indoor and outdoor of the library at local village. We went to the site called Undong and started the painting. And on our way to the village, I was very shocked because actually there was a hotel, and I left the hotel area and went inside rural areas. Ways were not paved, and it was so difficult to get access to the elementary school, and that infrastructure was shocking to me. And upon arrival, I started to see the building that I need to paint, and I was shocked twice because this is something I saw in the movie, quite old, wear and tear, and the architecture was very old, I thought, and I was wondering how to paint it and make it more beautiful, so I had a lot of concern. When I first began the painting, as I worried, nothing worked as I planned, and we are not that much skilled in painting, but as we do it, we're kind of accustomed to it, and we finally completed the job at some point. Actually, my school is a boys' school, so we joined with only boys, but thanks to the girls' participation, the outlook of the building got much more beautiful than we thought. So this kind of painting is the most memorable memory for me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
여기에 계신 우리
So if you're students of high schools or university, so if you go to other countries and look around, then you'll be very surprised at this school, the facilities, because they are very different from those in Korea. However, so our facilities were also very low level. So in the 1960s and 70s, so the Hyunju. So I hope that your voice got better by taking a break. So what was your impressive experience? Well, sorry for my voice. Unlike other students who went to volunteering work in 2024, so I went to India in 2012. It was a long time ago. If I remember something, even though it was a long time ago, so the main project there was to develop the water source for the agriculture use in the Kari Sampla village. So we installed the wells, and we had the mayor of Rotak, the city, and the other government officials in the groundbreaking ceremony. And we had a party with the local residents and Saemaul volunteers. So our team suggested to have that kind of a event. So these days, when volunteers go to other countries, they can ask, do you know BTS or do you know Blackpink? But in 2012, we had Psy, Gangnam Style, was sweeping the world. So we asked questions like, do you know Gangnam Style or do you know Psy? That's how we approached students. So we decided to stage the Psy performance and singing, and many applied for the performance. It was so popular, and 20 or so the students prepared the performance for 2 weeks, and we successfully had a Gangnam Style performance. I actually wanted to prepare the photos, but I forgot to submit the picture files. So we took a lot of pictures and we had a lot of fun together. Thank you very much. So it was in 2012 when you were in India. I think that things have changed a lot.
Then I'd like to go back to Chang Han-yong, the leader. So please share some ideas or experience. So unlike the previous speakers, I mostly work at the office for documentation affairs. So I had no chance to paint a building or help someone. So I had little experience of such a kind. But while staying there, I participated in some event, and so I have some good memories of those kind of events. One of the most impressive one was that when I was dispatched, it was 2 months after the first dispatch, and the director of the office gave me some task. That was a student I went together, and 2 people need to open a conference there, and please make the booth for the conference. That was a mission I got from the director, and when I got that instruction, I didn't know what to do, so I have all white blank in my head. However, I first asked what was done in the past, so I got some picture of the past booth to use it for reference. But I thought that I cannot just replicate because the director of the office believed that you are youngsters, so you can be more creative than that they thought. So I was not duplicate as it is. So we had a lot of discussions and gave some kind of proposals to the director and reiterate the version here and there, and I thought that we can do more than just make it beautiful because it is first time for us to open a booth. So I thought that we can give some kind of Korean touch to it. So I thought that maybe we can promote the booth by wearing the Korean traditional costume called hanbok. So as a youngsters, we can use our creativity to make it more appealing with thought. So at the very beginning, some proposal seems like almost failure, so it was rejected and revised, and so we had a lot of ups and downs. But on the event day, I saw the beautifully completed the booth, and many people paid a lot of interest because the Korean costume hanbok looks very interesting to the local people. And this experience taught me that we could done some very good job, better than we originally expected. That is quite memorable, I think. Thank you so much. Actually, last week, I had a chance to go to the place called Kyrgyzstan, not as a volunteer, of course, as a monitor for the program we are running. But in your talk, you talked about the language barriers and other difficulties. But actually, when you go outside of Korea, one thing you notice is that the culture difference are quite huge. I was born in 1956, so in 1960s when I was young, the toilet or the old style traditional toilet is very kind of common back then. But whenever I go to the developing country, everything is quite traditional toilet type. You know how it looks like. I mean, the young student here might not have heard of it or saw it, but we call this very traditional style of toilet. And if there is any single traditional toilet, that is quite common. But this time I went to school and I saw kind of rows of the traditional toilet, like a 6 toilet in a row. That was something I kind of shocked. And if you go there as a volunteer, you might find it quite sanguine, I think, as a first visitor.
이제 세 번째 우리 질문
So I'm going to move on to the third round of discussion. So after the volunteering work, whether it was short or long, so what change did you experience in your everyday life or in your school life So after this experience, so what impact did the experience had on your career plan or interest? So can we talk about the changes that you are experiencing after the volunteer activity? So wasn't there any change in your everyday life or the school days? And what are the changes? So let's go backward. So why don't we begin with high school students? Junhyuk?
So you are the first one to answer to my question. The question was, after the volunteer activities, what is the implication or impact on your daily lives or your school life? Is there any impact you felt in school or in your daily life? To begin with, to join the Saemaul program, when the announcement was made, I prepared for myself for the interview. And while preparing for the interview, I first learned what Saemaul is and get into the details of it. And the things I felt on the ground, the difficulties I felt on the ground, actually were the reality back in 1960s in Korea. And to overcome it, a lot of people worked so hard to make the success and come this far in Korea. And from next week, I will prepare for the job and I will be on the site to get some training. And while preparing for the job or employment, I wrote down my experience of the volunteering experiences, and the job interviewer thought that that is quite a good experience, and that gave me a chance to learn more about the Saemaul history and helped me to build my global capability. Thank you so much. So you talked about how you found the experience kind of informative for your employment as well.
그다음에 서채연
So next, another high school student, Seon. So I want to study business administration or economics, and I wish I will be working in one of the advanced countries for economics or finance. But I educated the students and I painted the walls, and I realized that I wanted to work where I am the needed. Maybe I'm not highly needed in advanced countries, but probably the developing countries would need my help and assistance. So I made up my mind to work in the developing countries. So your interest has changed, and if you continue to take interest, then there will be a lot of opportunities for you, because our ODA budget is on the rise and there are a lot of the programs for developing countries. So I think you will get a lot of a chance in that field.
Next, Mr. Imino. The impact of overseas volunteering experience on me personally is that I'm still a college student. So people around me says that, how was that possible? How did you apply, and what do you usually do when you go there as a volunteer? And I always tell them, please go. You should go, and that will be a chance for you to look back on yourself, and it will be kind of transition moment for you personally in your life. That is something I always tell to people around me. Actually, that overseas experience was a turning point for me as well, because this year I become a leader of the student council of the Kumo Engineering University, but my life before the volunteer work and after volunteer work totally changed, because for my student and my university, I thought that I need to work harder, and I deliberate on what is needed for them to improve their well-beings and what are needed to give the best possible educational environment for them. Those are the concerns I really kind of acquired after my visit to the volunteering site. So this is such a turning point that changed my life upside down. So huge impact was made personally on me, I believe.
봉사활동이
So that was a huge impact of the volunteer work.
Next, 배주한. So these activities were very positive experience, and also the biggest impact on my life. So could be found in the change in my awareness and the perception. In Sri Lanka, I've talked to the leader of the Saemaul Center there, and the person said that it's easy to supply the materials and assistance, but the person said that you always have to think about any side effects, because the supply of materials will not just change the town in the positive way. However, sometimes it can have a negative impact unintentionally. So the true meaning of the volunteering will be to enhance the self-sufficiency capabilities and the capabilities of building. I think that this can be applied to any type of volunteering work or assistance work. Through the dialogue, I realized that should not be just thinking that I want to help. And in providing support, I have to have a long-term perspective about what my activities will influence.
장한용
Mr. Chang Han-yong, as a youngster leader. Before I joined this Clover Youth Volunteer Program, I was the one who was struggling to find my own career path, because I'm from the Saemaul International Development Department, so I had no choice but to learn about the Saemaul programs. But I thought that what would be the application of this knowledge? That is something I always had in my mind. However, that Clover Youth Program was such a good opportunity for me, because I learned many things in my 4-year university life, so I had to use it for some purpose, I thought, at the beginning. And I managed to learn a lot and came back and realized that this is my career path. This is surefire my career path, I thought. So I decided to learn more about the programs, and 2 days later, I will apply for the ODA certificate program. So this experience helped me to set my career path, and after my volunteer visit, at the beginning, I had little or zero interest in the international affairs. However, I happened to search international news a lot these days, and I want to know the current status of the developing countries, and I always go to some website of the official development assistance so that I can join some programs. So that kind of Saemaul movement or the Saemaul life is already part of my life, I realized. Thank you.
오래됐지만 또 송
And we want to hear from Ms. Song Hyun-ju. I graduated from the Yeungnam University, and I have a teacher's license as in the food science. And I volunteers for the Saemaul. So I actually waiting for these empty posts as a school chef in the high school. And I wasn't scared of anything before, but I was searching for any job. So I was kind of frustrated just while waiting for these empty posts in the school. But I found the volunteer, the posting, and I submitted my application just hours before the deadline, and I was luckily selected as a volunteer, and it was a big new experience. It's not easy to venture into a new area, but it's worth trying, I think. So through this work and the service, the India before was a very ambiguous country, but I could directly experience the culture of India, so that broadens my perspective. And you have to open to any opportunities, and you have to be prepared for that beforehand. So as you're aware, the international service is rooted in 1961 with John F. Kennedy. So there was a Peace Corps. I think it was the beginning of international cooperation, so volunteer the service. So Peace Corps was established in 1961, and there was a strong message that you need to spend at least 2 years outside your country, and that would be a very meaningful experience. When I was young, I remember the Peace Corps members visited Korea, provided sanitation, education. As part of the Saemaul project, I've been to Laos and Indonesia to evaluate the outcome of projects. I've talked to residents there, and I was told that their experience was very memorable, and the residents even remember the names of the volunteers. They say, so the volunteers always said hello in the morning, and they were very friendly. So I heard that they miss the volunteers a lot, and they send the regards to them. So Saemaul project, so maybe about some material support and facilities, but also it can be very emotional, and even the very bigger and the greater experience. I think that's the end of the third round, and I actually prepared a lot of questions. We heard about the impact and impressive experience. In the next round, I want to hear the challenges you had experienced. As one of you talked about language barrier. There could be other types of challenges the volunteers had. So let's go in the right direction with Ms. Song. So have you faced any unexpected situation, and how did you overcome the challenge? So India was different from Korea. I had to take care of so many very detailed matters to get what I wanted to have in India, but the language was a problem. And also our experience and the ways of living were so different. So I was troubled thinking about how to communicate with workers there in the field. And I gave a lot of thoughts and spending a lot of time to find solutions. And in India, there are a lot of villages that are faced with some of the multiple borders. and I thought I could differentiate compensation depending on the performance. I hired two workers, and one of them was very hardworking, and the other was kind of lazy. So I told them to compensate for what they did. So that will be a fair compensation, and there's a caste system in India, even though it's not there officially, but still the caste system is lingering in their mind. And so they are very sensitive to the class system and with differentiated compensation. So we could get what we wanted to have. And the people that sped up their working. Initially, I tried to apply my experience to others in India, but it wasn't working. Eventually, you have to understand and respect the ways of living and the culture there, and you have to incorporate your experience and their experience, and that's how you can win trust. Then in the mid to long term, I think that will be the solution to any challenges. Thank you.
Then, Mr. Chang Han-yong, what was your difficulty? If there's any, please share with us. Actually, more than I thought, I had less language barrier or culture barrier, and I had no particular difficulties because I worked at the office mostly. So officers were very kind to me. So even if I speak very little because of the language issue, I studied the Vietnamese a little bit and used it as much as I could a day after. So I try to network with them as much as I can. And for the 6 months, I was alone there and live alone. So I had to find my own place to live in. So then kind of very basic necessity of my life was the source of difficulty for me. But the director helped me a lot, not just financially, but non-financially as well. So in the workplace, I had no such difficulties much. So you don't have any language issue? Actually, since I work at the office, their English proficiency was not that bad. So I spoke in English, but then I realized that why I have to be in Vietnam if I have to speak in English. So I tried to study the Vietnamese as much as I can. And during the lunchtime, I use several words just for fun. And if I use a wrong word, they corrected me. So that was quite interesting, I think. Thank you.
그다음에
Next. So can we hear from Mr. Bae Han? Any difficulties? As I mentioned, so we had language barriers and we didn't know the language, but the foundation, so people could speak English, so I didn't have a lot of trouble, but with the heavy rain, we didn't have any forecast or information. We were not prepared for the raining days. So on the first day, everything was okay, but we heard the weather forecast for rain for the second day, so we could plan indoor activities. Thank you. So I guess our lives was okay there.
Mr. Imeno, what about you? Likewise, so I told you that I had such happy experience because in Sri Lanka for the 10 days I had little difficulty. That's why I was that much happy. But I thought about this, but actually when you are seen by others, environmentally speaking, of course, you're under different condition. the room conditions. For example, blanket in Korea are very soft and tender, but since I was in the humid country, it was kind of very watery, I should say, very humid. However, for the language, we had 4 pairs of the groups, and each group had 1 interpreters attached to it, so we had no language issue whatsoever. In case of hygiene in Sri Lanka, they eat food with their hands. Actually, using hands when they eat something. Actually, I had a chance to go to India before Sri Lanka, and I also use my hands when I eat the meal, so that was not kind of shocking experience for me, but I thought that that is just a culture that I need to respect, so I digested without any problem. Well, in case of food, food was not that different from that of Korea. I ate a lot and I enjoyed it and I enjoyed the volunteer. So no difficulty whatsoever. I should say everything was happy in Sri Lanka. Thank you. No difficulty at all in your volunteer work. Okay.
예.
In general, so when you go overseas, you will experience very unexpected situation or the much poorer facilities than you expected. But I guess also all the volunteers overcome these challenges. Can we hear from Ms. Secheun? While we did cultural exchanges, it was very frustrating experience and not being able to communicate with others. And when we teach so how to make mosquito prevention a necklace, it was really so hard to communicate. Also, there was the kid that actually disturbed the process, but I couldn't say anything because of a language issue. And there wasn't any pre-training, so it was very hard to prepare all this school supplies, so we had to spend a lot of time to lead activities. So I learned a lesson that I need to prepare a lot before actual activities.
And Mr. Im Jun-young, you were with her in Laos. What was your difficulty? Actually, I did a painting and I saw that I have my own limitation because when you paint the building, you need to paint the external and interior wall, and you put the roller on the top of the road, and because of the humidity climate, it was not well drawn. And when you need to paint the corner area or difficult to get access area, I had to use all my posture to get there. But I used the white paint, but sometimes it feels like nothing is being painted. The color is very blurry and the progress is very slow. I thought that that was quite difficult. However, the school was in the vacation seasons, and there was only 1 or 2 children watching us painting the building. And whenever I walk past them, they always tell me that some kind of thank you gesture they gave, and they were very happy watching us painting the building. And I was so kind of touched by them, and that motivated me more. And it was hard, but that motivated me and complete the job thanks to their kind of support. Actually, I asked you to share your difficulties, but I think most of you had not much difficulties in your volunteer work. Generally speaking, when you go to a seminar joined by professors, usually you spend 5 to 6 minutes when you give 3 minutes for them to speak. So I always want to manage the time precisely, but since you are the volunteers, you know how to save the time all. So you're faster than I expected. So because you save too much time, you are putting me in a difficult position, I should say, but I'm okay with it. I can deal with it. So I had this and that. So I went to a lot of, I went to developing countries a lot, and a week later, I have to go to Ghana and Senegal in Africa. And whenever I go those kind of countries, the understanding of Korea is much higher than ever before. And of course, needless to speak, in the Northeast Asia, and if you go to Kyrgyzstan, everyone knows about Korea, at least some. They know the name of the celebrities, movie actors, and they know much more than I am. So that make me that they have a high expectation on Koreans. So if you go there as a volunteer, you are kind of representing the image of Korea or reputation of Korea. So in this sense, you are somewhat kind of ambassador. So I do believe that you are a good ambassador in this sense. But in the future, there should be someone who want to join the future volunteer programs. And if you are not interested in it, you might take some interest in it in the future. So if you think that your experience of the past is meaningful, in your opinion, what would be the institutional support or improvement you expect? Any room for improvement for the existing institution? How we can improve the volunteer activities and reduce the difficulties? Is there any institutional improvement you want to suggest? Maybe I can start with this question this time.
봉사활동
So next question is, so how can you make your volunteering experience much better for you and for others? So can you provide any suggestions or recommendation? So can we start with Ms. Song Hyun-ju? Any opinions to facilitate the process or make these programs a lot better? So it can be the institutional change or personal individual efforts. So Saemaul project that should be in the future. So I think that's a suggestion for the future volunteers. So Saemaul projects are about the sourcing, so local materials and supplies. So for self-sufficiency and the independent lifestyle, so it just is a little bit of a help to make them self-sufficient. It's not about the using some materials from advanced countries, and it's not also about the injecting our mindset. We have to respect their mindset, and so we have to first understand their sentiments and culture. When we had a pre-training before we went to India, we initially thought that we can teach our know-how and the culture. However, it was totally different when I went there. Saemaul values were totally new for them, so we had to provide very detailed education and the training. That's it. Thank you very much for your suggestion.
장한영
Then, Mr. Chang Han-yong, what's your tip of piece of advice? I believe that my suggestion is that this is not about me, but when I see younger generation, in order to make them effective, sometimes I feel like they don't realize the concept of volunteer to start with, because if you go outside of the country as a volunteer, that is such a rare opportunity, but the fear is much greater than the expectation. So in order to prevent that kind of unnecessary fear, when you open a recruitment, let's say that you go to Sri Lanka, and you need to have a detailed description of the job what you need to do at local areas, and that will be very helpful for the students to feel less fear. And instead of just giving a text or poster, you need to give more than that, like a video clip or a social network should be used for the promotion in this digital age to encourage as many as people to join the program. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
적극적으로 그
So it was about the role, and we can use the videos to promote the program. Thank you. And can we hear from Mr. Bae Ju-han, University Student Volunteer? If you experience the volunteer program, so the experience will be definitely so positive for your life. In order to increase the number of volunteers, not just the long-term projects, but also the short-term project should be expanded. If we have a more short-term program, we could improve the accessibility. And because once you experience it, you will continue to do it. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Then next is Mr. Lee Min-ho. What's your suggestion? In most of the cases, the younger generation go outside society and do some active activities and spend on your time to help others. These kind of things are quite rare these days. Of course, people, including me, since I'm at university, whenever I see people like me, these days we can easily use digital devices, and people always thought that they can do some communication only through the digital devices, and they can only want to learn something from others through the digital tools. However, the sense of rewarding is much weak in terms of the communication in the cyberspace. So I think on-site or in-person experience is more influential. Actually, in our official website, I happened to find the notification and I applied for it. And after application, I went to the interview and I found that I'm the only one who came from my university. I thought that there should be more than I am, but I was very baffled to find it out. But after my visit, many people around me asked me, where did you find it and what kind of study did you do to join the program? And I thought that the promotion activities must be more active, because I myself will let the others know the importance and merits of the volunteer work outside of Korea, of course, but at the foundation level, there should be more active promotion activities with some good plans to let many people know about this good experience and let them to apply for it. Thank you so much.
I want to ask Ms. Seo Chae-yeon to speak. I actually suggest sustainable support rather than short-term programs. So online programs or volunteer community would be a good idea. So rather than supporting the villages in the short term, the non-face-to-face online the training program should be conducted. So a lot of courses can be opened for math, literacy, and others, and then we can develop the tailored curriculum. And also, the courses should be interactive with a lot of questions and feedback. And another suggestion is to create a volunteer community. We can share experience about other countries, and we can run a mentoring program. Then we can have a better mindset and get our problems solved. If we can use these kind of mechanisms, participants can broaden their perspective into the service, and they can continue to provide a volunteering service. Thank you very much for your suggestion.
우리
Last but not least, Mr. Im Junior, anything to say? First, the Saemaul Undong or movement should be widely kind of publicized, because personally, when I worked for the overseas voluntary program, I got to know about the Saemaul Undong program. As middle schoolers or high schoolers, very few know about the Saemaul movement. In case of my school, 1 hour per every week provide some special lectures. So maybe you can make the use of those kind of special lecture time or some remaining time to invite the foundation people to teach on the Saemaul Undong movement, the history of it. So those could be the very interesting sharing opportunities, and by doing so, young people will realize what it is and get to know more about that. And by doing so, they will be able to learn that there is a chances for the overseas experience like the volunteer work. Thank you.
좋습니다. 여러분들이
Thank you very much for your answers and good time management. We have some minutes left. Can we take questions from the floor? Any questions? Good afternoon. I am Professor Lee Byung-han of Yeungnam University, so Park Jung-hee's Policy and Saemaul School. I want to distinguish the type of volunteering work in terms of a time. So if it's a week, 2 to 10 days is ultra short, and the long term would be longer than the 1 year. And I think so the leaders on the left hand side, they spend 1.5 years or more than 6 months, and the other 4 they spend 4 weeks or shortly as short as 1 week. Volunteer is about Saemaul is about development work. So volunteering works can be divided into cultural exchange, education, and the cultural exchange. So Ms. Song Hyun-ju spent a lot of time in India. I think that she received a pre-training, so for more than 3 weeks. So WFK, so World Friendships Korea, so it's a combination of a different program, but if you look at the COICA's program, so the volunteering, the core members identify the projects themselves, and they secure a lot of a budget amounting to 400 million won, so they make a lot of contribution. So I was a leader of the volunteering team, and also I worked on education volunteer activities. And from that perspective, I think the mid to long term program requires a lot of intensive pre-training, and it's important to exchange experience and the know-how through volunteer community. Then, so we can create the virtual cycle of enhancing the quality of volunteering. And I think that efforts are lacking. But Ms. Seo Chae-eun made great suggestions. I think the future of foundation is so bright, and we wish we could recruit her as a consultant for the foundation, because she suggested interactive program and the many education online courses. They are wonderful ideas. Of course, so short-term programs are important. I've been to a OECD seminar once, and some participants said when they see the uniforms and the caps of Saemaul, and because the programs were short, the people wearing the Saemaul shirt couldn't answer the question of the meaning of a Saemaul. So it was a very disappointing the response from one of the participants in the OECD seminar. So short-term programs should aim at the self-discovery for volunteers, because volunteers are motivated to work more and they will want to contribute to communities, and they will be grateful to the family, the country, and we can close the generational gap. So that's why we need to increase the number of a short-term program as well as long-term programs. But if it's a 1 week to 10 days program, I am worried they might have a good understanding about Saemaul because time is too short. So we have to think about how to address this gap. I think that is up to the policy-related officials. Thank you very much. So I actually wanted to touch upon that issue, but thank you very much for this feedback.
앞서서
All the participants on here and the chairman also briefly summarized what I wanted to say. Long-term, short-term, medium-term project must be differentiated, and the issues of the promotion of the activities and two-way exchange platform, and maybe in the long run, institutional upgrade are needed, as pointed out by the people on the stage. Since I wanted to use as much as I time, so I think I will not be able to receive more questions from the floor, and I think we need to conclude the Saemaul talk here. All the participants, why don't we give a big round of applause once again to close the session. Thank you so much, moderator. The moderators and panelist members will be on the stage, and please stand up so that we can take a commemorative photo together with the moderators. And is there any student from the Saemaul High School? Please come onto the stage and join the photo taking session, and then we'll take another round of the photo with the audience. Please use these stairs to move on to the stage. Please move to the stage through this stairs on the right side.
네, 기념 촬영하도록 하겠습니다.
So it's time to take a photo together. Please join the photo session.
또 이어서 우리 내빈분들 위로 한번 화이팅 한번 하도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅! 또 내빈분들 함께 모시고 우리 친구들도 같이 한번 찍으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 우리 고등학교 친구들 위로 올라와 주십시오. 예, 계단을 통해서 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. 예, 앞서서 함께 하셨던 분들도 우리 고등학교 친구들하고 함께 내빈분들 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 참가자분들께 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 3시
Ladies and gentlemen, from 3:20 we will begin the third session on global Saemaul competition. Please come back by 3:20.
So once again, the session 3 will start at 3:25. So we may ask you to return to your seat by 3:25. Thank you. 네, 기념 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧이어 세션 3 글로벌
Ladies and gentlemen, session 3 on global Saemaul competition will be beginning shortly. All the participants, please proceed to room and take your seat.
Session 3 will start soon, so please come into the hall and take your seat. Thank you. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 세션 3 곧 시작하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the session 3 will be commencing shortly. All the participants, please come inside and take your seat.
Soon, so please take your seat. Thank you. 네, 곧이어 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 착석해 주십시오.
Please take your seat. We will begin shortly.
그럼 지금부터 글로벌 새마을
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the global Saemaul competition. Hosted by the Saemaul Foundation, we're gonna listen to the 7 country village examples of the Saemaul pilot program to select the best winners. First, let me introduce the 5 judges of the competition. Whenever I introduce them individually, please give a big round of applause. Choi Hae-yong, Director of the Division of Saemaul and Civil Society of Gyeongsangbuk-do Province. Secretary General Im Sung-jun of Gyeongsangbuk-do Samaul Undong Center. Principal An Jong-bok of Sangmo High School. Mr. Chun Jun-ho, head of the Daegu Gyeongbuk Reporting Bureau of Korean Ilbo. Chairman Cho Yong-mal of Saemaul Volunteer Association. So let me explain how it will be proceeded. We will first listen to the 7 presentation and video clips of each village and the presentation by office workers, and after listening to all, we will listen to the general comment of the judge and score and announce the winner. Please use a computer laptop desk on your desk to report your score, input your scores. So let us begin the global Saemaul competition. The very first presentation is going to be given by Laos.
숲하락
The presenters is Sufalak Fefilai.
Saemaul project in Nonsai village in Laos, funded by Shukuk, started from 2021. In 2022 and 23, community center and fundraiser facility were constructed by villagers. Community center is used for village events, including Saemaul training. This year, 4 monthly training and 4 rice quality management training were completed, with a total of 321 villagers participating. To increase the agricultural productivity, transplanting machine, tractor and combine were supported. This year, a total of 87 farming households have rented agricultural machine, which was used on 97.44 hectares of farmland, generating a total income of $8,100. Nonsai village in Vientiane capital, the first to introduce agricultural drones, has been receiving significant attention from the Vientiane. Currently, 5 drone training sections have been successfully completed for 5 village youth, and a pilot pesticide spraying operation has been carried out of the Delexpi. Over 1,000 villagers participate in the irrigation canal, and the total improved irrigation for 60 hectares of farmland. Throughout the Saemaul project, mushroom cultivation has been introduced in Nonsai. This year, mushroom cultivation generated a total of $5,500 in sales, becoming a new income source. 6 households that constructed their own mushroom farm and have started cultivation. Nonsai village has grown to the point where the high school students are visiting and for field trips to learn about the mushroom cultivation. Nonsai Primary School renovation project aimed to ensuring the student safety and improving their learning environment has been implementing with the participation of 3 villages. At Early South, the unused library has been transformed into the computer lab, and the computer training for the adults has now begun. The renovation of the school building, which consists of 6 classrooms, is currently underway with the active participation from the villagers. With the participation of over 300 villagers, 1 kilometer of village road paving and the installation of 44 solar street lights have improved the mobility of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 네,
Thank you very much. That was a Nonsai village from Laos.
두 번째
Next presentation is going to be given by Walpola village from Sri Lanka. Kushan Hapararaj will do this presentation, please.
Saemaul staff from Sri Lanka. We mainly focus on sustainable factors of Valpala project in the final phase of the project period. This video is an evidence of Saemaul pilot village success story in Sri Lanka.
සේමාවුල් පදනම මගින් වල්පොළ ගම්මානයට සාර්ථක බීමක් ව්‍යාපෘතියක් කර ගැනීම සඳහා ආධාර අපට ලැබුණා. මේ වෙනකොට සමිතියේ සමාජිකයන් 32ක් පමණ ඉන්නවා. සමාජිකයෝ මාසිකට ආදායම රුපියල් 35000ක් 40ක වගේ උපයා ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම සමිතියේ මාසික ආදායම රුපියල් ලක්ෂ 9ක් පමණ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපේ සමිතියේ ස්ථාවර තැන්පතු මුදල රුපියල් ලක්ෂ 35ක් මේ වෙනකොට ගිණුම්ගත කරලා තියෙනවා.
The saving of Valpola increased from 3 million to 3.5 million comparing to the last year. At the present date, it is around 16% increase. This achievement gained by the Valpola Saemaul cooperative while covering all the expenses and gain personal income with the minimum support of Saemaul Foundation.
Saemaul ආයතනයේ සල්කර ඇති සෝලා පද්ධතිය හරහා දැනට කිලෝවට් 10කට අන්තිම පරදාන්තාවක් අපි ජාතික විදුලි බල පද්ධතියට සම්බන්ධ කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ මගින් අපිට රුපියල් 45000ක්
We implement an eco-friendly income-based project through solar electricity generation, making while achieving SDG 7, 11 and 13.
පද්ධති දෙකම සවි කරලා අවසන් වුණාම අපිට රුපියල් ලක්ෂයක විතර මාසික ආදායමක් අපේ සම්පීඩ ලබා ගන්න හැකියාවක් පවතිනවා.
මම නිලෝකා විජේසූරිය. අද දවසේ අපි ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ සේමාවුල් බිම්මල් බීජ නිෂ්පාදනාගාරය තුල. කරලා මෙම ස්ථානයේ බිම්මල් බීජ නිෂ්පාදනාගාරයක් පිහිටවලා තියෙනවා. ඒ සියලුම බඩු අපිට සපයලා තියෙනවා. අපි 2018 තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ මේ විද්‍යාගාරය. මේ වෙනකොට 2024 වෙනකොට අපි ඒකේ මූලික අවස්ථාවේ නම් මේ වෙනකොට ලොකු ප්‍රගතියක් ලබා තියෙනවා. ඇත්තටම මේ ඒ ප්‍රගතිය තමයි මේ
Saemaul Foundation strengthen the mushroom production sustainability from seed production to marketing for the Valpola community.
අපිට මේ අවස්ථාවේදී සේමාවුල් ගෝලිය පදනම මගින් උදව් කරලා අවශ්‍ය දේවල් සපයලා අවශ්‍ය දැනුම අපිට ලබා දීලා පුහුණු වැඩසටහන් ලබා දීලා මේ වගේ වැඩි ආදායමක් ලබන්න අපිට හැකියාව ලැබුණා.
මම කෑගල්ල නියෝජ්‍ය කෘෂිකර්ම අධ්‍යක්ෂ නිල්මා රාජපක්ෂ ගම් පළාත් සභාවේ කෘෂිකාර්මික කටයුතු නංවන්න ගොඩක් උදව් කරා 2014 වර්ෂයේ ඉඳන් කෑගල්ල
We are now in the final stage of completion of successful project which will be a landmark of Saemaul initiative in Sri Lanka. There are few ODA initiatives and projects in Sri Lanka which are ensured the sustainability after the project completion. We believe Valpola Saemaul project will be a role model in rural development sector in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
여러분 박수 보내주시죠.
Why don't we give a big round of applause once again?
네.
So that was the Walpola village of Sri Lanka. So next is Langgolan of Indonesia. The presenter is Grace Majestica Prastia.
Pada tahun 2022, Kapanewon Nanggulan terpilih sebagai lokasi program pembangunan desa percontohan Saemaul yang baru. Berbeda dengan lokasi-lokasi sebelumnya.
It was designated as a village.
Implemented only in one village, but this time in Indonesia, the project is being carried out in one sub-district consisting of 6 villages.
Bertolak dari program jamur yang dilaksanakan di desa percontohan Saemaul.
And the first project that was implemented is building a Saemaul mushroom center to enhance the economic growth in Nanggulan. We plan to build this facility in several phases, and the first phase has already done last year by building 3 mushroom houses. And this year going to be the second phase, and next year the machine needed to produce mushroom media will be settled, and the last phase of the construction is also going to be done next year. So not only from Saemaul Foundation, but Wijimulyo village government has also supported the project by covering the cost of land preparation, And what we can see on the screen is the process of returning wall construction, which is the contribution from the Regency, Kulon Progo Regency, for this project with a value of around 90,000 US dollars.
Untuk mendukung peningkatan pendapatan warga,
and we also conduct fish farming training for the villagers. And last year, we provide materials and supporting facilities to build fish ponds. And the villagers, they work together and cooperate to build the ponds with the help of experts too.
Selanjutnya, anggota kelompok melakukan pembangunan melalui gotong royong dengan dibantu juga oleh tenaga ahli.
And this is one of the locations, which is located in Tanjung Harjo village. And the fish farming group from Tanjung Harjo village is consisting of only women. And then we also conduct a variety of training programs regularly for the people in Nanggulan, and especially trainings related to agriculture, especially mushrooms, including production of mushroom chips. And there's also fish farming training, and we also held Saemaul related trainings also for the children too. And after receiving mushroom cultivation training, some residents even started operating small-scale mushroom houses on their own initiative. In addition, we also working on environmental improvement projects by doing material support program last year. And as we can see here, the villagers, they work together without getting paid to build the facilities. So that's a brief explanation about Saemaul project in Nanggulan. We actually have the longer version with the interview of the villagers included, but due to time limitation, we only submit the short version. Thank you for your attention.
So that was a Nanggulan village of Indonesia.
Next, let's go to the African country. Melson Bode Odewale from Nigeria will make a presentation, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is the Makara Pilot Village Cooperative from Katsina State in Nigeria, where we have been able to establish income increase projects for the development of the community and build several initiatives for them as well to enhance their growth and their dependability on themselves. So far since 2021, when we began, we have facilitated so many projects to enhance the ability of the villagers. Right now, in the income increase project, where they are growing rice, we have expanded the rice land to 8 hectares using mini tractors and other machines that we brought in. We have projects on soybeans and some other crops that enhance them to increase their ability. We also built community centers for them, as well as learning centers where they can come and have meetings and train. And even we have a second project where we have 4-hectare cultivation on the land, where we engage all these farmers to increase their income, to increase their ability in educational systems, in their knowledge and their initiatives. Also cultural initiatives such as taekwondo learning, we brought into the community to enable them. And also in meetings, we have had 14 meetings so far this year with a cumulative of about 600 people in attendance, and also in government meetings. We have Saemaul leaders meetings, and also in environmental beautification projects where we have planted 20 trees this year to enable the quality of air in the environment, and also to provide breaking winds also in the environment, and it makes the air better for them and beautifies it. Also establishment of primary school blocks also, and building about 5 water boreholes because they did not have any before. Now they have easy access to water. There are about 100 children in the schools, and we have facilities such as clinics, which we renovated as living improvement projects. Also, all this accumulated in beautification of the environment, community development that has about 400 people that participated voluntarily this year in the growth of the community. And also we have women empowerment projects where we gather women. Also now there are about 60 women in the group, and we have encouraged them, we have empowered them. Also they have their own plots of land where they can farm their rice for their own development, also most especially the widows who do not have anyone to depend on. And so far we have brought tribes together, we have made them as one. Now they know how to be okay, and they are also self-independent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
브라질의 마케라 마을이었습니다. 다음은 코트디아.
So next is Nkata-Sakasu of Côte d'Ivoire. That we have presenter Kwame Yao Ao Benedict.
Hello everyone. I present to you the village named Nkata-Sakasu. It's located in the center of our records. So the building you see behind is a village meeting hall. This village meeting hall was built by Samaul with the villagers. In this meeting hall, we have ceremony, we have trainings, we have meetings. 12 meetings has been done there with over 400 people. We have taekwondo lessons where children can participate, women, men, and everybody twice a week. Here we have a tricycle. Tricycle actually help villagers get heavy load from the field to the village, and the income activity for this person right here can help earn $130 per month. You have here the local Ivorian food called acheke, made from cassava. In the past, this is how they run the cassava and make acheke, but now, thanks to the machine, making acheke for the woman now is easier and faster. We have every day 10 to 15 women making acheke, and it doubles actually the production. It's an income activity for the woman to help the household and help their own children go to school. The interesting fact here about the village is that without Saemaul asking, by themselves, they clean the village twice in a week. So they have a solution about the rain. When you mix a hole in the ground, they put sand in the back and put it inside the hole. Here you have the hot water tank. This is a possibility for the villagers to cultivate tomato, cucumber, lettuce, eggplant, cabbages during the dry season. It was difficult for them to get at least $80 per month, but thanks to the income activity, they can get like $300 per month. Here you have an example of youth living in the village of Nkata-Sakasu. He had difficulty to take care of his family, but now, thanks to the income activity of Samaul, he is ready now to build his own house. He used to spend 6 months outside of his village to get money, but now with the income activity of Samaul, he lives together with his family. He works together with his family, and it's an example village. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was Nkata-Sakasu of Côte d'Ivoire.
Next presentation is for Hong Eung village of Vietnam. Bang Bi Quan will make a presentation, please.
안녕하세요. Isi Hue is the ancient last feudal dynasty of Vietnam, and you see the market where the old woman. This is the pressure of the economic development and the fast urbanization. So the farmers, they have the life more and more difficulty. Yeah, but the Saemaul Foundation, we help them with meetings with PMU and build there a new farm where the leader is a ladies who used to lead the women union, but when Saemaul come, he changed and she become the director of the cooperative. And here they work, like they grow organic vegetable. They learn, they work with the Saemaul street spirit. Yeah, and the farm, you see there are a lot of totally nearly 30,000 square meters where they can grow organic vegetables, and they clean and they pack the products to provide currently the first 2 companies in Hue City. Yeah, and today with me, 5 persons also come to this hall today, and they are sitting behind me. Yeah, and you see they have a little smart farm with the electromagnetic, and they have scientific members, 1 construction engineer and 3 agriculture engineers. And each member, they have their own land lot, so they can take care. Yeah, the meetings happen. Yeah, and they can learn and make plans, and also the visiting trip like this in Hội An, where they meet a successful organic cooperative and they learn from their planning, learn from their products. And when they come back, they apply to their process. And very luckily that the last September, the Gyeongju leaders, the governor and the head of the People's Committee, they have visited the farm with the chairman of Hue City. Yeah. And they grow the memory trees. And the foundation have helped them to have a basic condition where they can start making their lives better, not only in the farm, but also in the school, where the children can go to school and have computer facilities and swimming facilities and a basketball court, and they become the better future leaders. So this is the female director of Saemaul Yeungnam Cooperative. And last but not least, Yeungnam is dreaming of Heungli Dangil, a street where they connect the farm to the famous pagoda and the signs of Hue City. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you. That was Hong from Vietnam. The next is we are going to watch Central African Republic's video, and they couldn't come join because of the internet connection issue. Let's take a watch.
C'est ça. C'est bon.
이런 박수.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause. So we heard the 7 presentations on the Saemaul's village project. We are going to hear evaluation comments from Choi Hae-yong, director of Gyeongsangbuk-do.
영상 잘 봤습니다.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The presentation of the 7 countries, I had it to score, but I wanted to give 100% for all. But I had to give the differential score, so it's very sad that I need to score differently. The Samaul program, I think I need to talk very long, but Korea is economically advanced country, so we are recognized like that. And among the developed countries, there are very few countries who can understand the pain of being an underdeveloped country, because in the past, because of the geopolitical issues, Korea was infiltrated by another country, so we had so much strategies and pain, so we know what it feels like, and there are very few countries who understand that kind of suffering. So we have a power to relate ourselves to what you have and what you're experiencing, and that kind of empathy is a basis for the Saemaul Undong program. And with the power of empathy, our program will create a synergy effect that is very different from the supportive program of other countries. Thank you.
이어서 임성준.
Next, Im Sung-jun, Secretary General of Gyeongsangbuk-do Saemaul Undong Center. Nice to meet you all. I am Im Sung-jun, Secretary General of Gyeongsangbuk-do Saemaul Undong Center. The presentations from 7 countries are really appreciated. I would like to thank the speakers and the officials for their efforts on the project and on the video. I see all the residents are united to live well together. And I like the approach of running cooperatives and the sharing income. And what would be improved would be, I think all the countries are the same. So education matters most. Even though there are a lot of challenges, we hope that they can continue to work on the project in the field of education and training. Thank you very much for preparing these wonderful videos.
Next, Principal An Jeonbok. Everyone, nice to meet you. I'm from Sangmo High School. My name is An Jeonbok. Actually, as a younger, when I was very young, elementary school student, I learned what it's like when Korea was not developed. Every day when I woke up in the morning, I cleaned the street around my houses and I joined many volunteer works. So I felt every details of the Saemaul Undong. Now I see the presentation of many countries. That reminds me of my childhood, what I did in the past. Korea was such a poor country in the past, but thanks to the Saemaul Undong movement, these national initiatives make the country become richer. Personally, I believe that Korea was helped by other nations when we grow. So we are kind of in debt. I always thought like that. So I thought that someday I will go to other country to help others, whether it is physical help or non-physical help. I want to help them, I always thought. But this is such a good opportunity to share this kind of idea with us. And I was very helped. And I think I'm part of the global citizen right now, truly. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I hope that this can be a chance for us to share what we think and what we thought. And it is my great pleasure to be part of this meaningful occasion. Thank you so much for your hard work.
And we are going to hear from the Chun Jun-ho, head of the Daegu Gyeongbuk Reporting Bureau of Korean Ilbo. And I have been serving as a journalist for 33 years. My name is Chun Jun-ho. What's most important in reporting is to go to the site. And Saemaul projects are happening in these 7 countries, and it's overwhelming to see these achievements of these villages. Especially, Laos is using agricultural drones, and I think it's very impressive because the Saemaul Undong needs to move toward the digitalization, so we could see the future of the Saemaul movement in Laos. And Sri Lanka is pursuing the Saemaul project at the national level. And we could see the specialty the crops, the mushroom, and it's very impressive to see the cultivation of a specialty crops that can be the source of income. So I think the subjects were identified. So we saw the future of agriculture in Laos through drones. And also the drones were used to shoot the video for the Indonesian video. And I think it's very encouraging to see the digital technologies use and also the sustainable management of the project is very important. That's how the Nanglan is doing. And there is an income improving project in Nigeria. And in Africa, the K rice belt is expanding. So Nigeria also work on the improving productivity of rice. If you look at Nkata Sakasu in the Ivory Coast, the cassava mills were used to ensure the safety and enhance productivity. I think it's a very effective solution. Especially, it's very meaningful to support the family and get married because of improved income. And Vietnam made a very good video. The video was high quality, and especially as a woman leader that is taking initiative, which is very noticeable. Even though Vietnam is following the Confucianism, and we thought that Vietnam is a paternalistic society, but it was very encouraging to see the female leaders. The Central African Republic suffered a religious war, even though there were a lot of difficulties. The people are pushing forward with the Saemaul Undong, with a strong drive. And it was very good to hear the local version of the Saemaul Undong song in French, and I want to see the field on my own, by myself. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cho Young-man, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. I'm from Saemaul Volunteer Association. I'm Chairman Cho Young-man. So I listened to the 7 presentation of 7 different countries. As a young boy, I also joined the Saemaul Undong initiatives. And like I said, Korea was a very poor country back then. And I believe that what you are doing right now is so much kind of upgraded than those of the past in Korea. In case of Laos, you grow the mushrooms and you take the climate and technology into consideration and local condition as well to make the mushroom grow well. In case of Sri Lanka, you install the solar panels to provide electricity to household and farmers, and that is quite satisfactory for your farmers, so I think that is quite a good achievement. In case of Indonesia, you've done a lot of civil works participated by many, And back in 1970s in Korea, we also had a same situation, build a village anew with a help of engineers. So that was quite a touching moment for me. And also the fish farms are being built in many areas, and that is quite good example of Saemaul program. In case of Nigeria, you are growing rices. In order to grow the productivity, you are doing a lot of improvement for your rice fields and also irrigation channels as well. So those are something that requires a lot of coordination and cooperation, and the spirit of Samaul Undong, diligence, self-help, and collaboration were very critical, I believe. In case of Cote d'Ivoire, you you build water tank to grow cabbages and tomatoes to boost the income level of the farmers. That is something I need to respect, I think. So you are doing a lot of flawless good activities, I believe. And the cooperatives are being used to improve the income level of the local resident, I feel. In case of the Central African Republic, the number of the participation is quite large in number, and by doing so, the Saemaul Undong is being localized strongly thanks to the basis you're building. Thank you so much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We are going to announce the result, and so these presenters are not here in person. So the representatives will come up and receive the award. And the president of foundation, Lee Seung-jong, will come up and they award the prize. So excellent prize. Sri Lanka's Walpola, Hong Leung of Vietnam, Nanggulang of Indonesia, Nong Sai of Laos. These are winners of an excellent prize. Please come up to the stage and receive the awards. And Langpula, so Nong Sai, Nangkula, thank you very much. And congratulations.
또 이어서
Congratulations. So this is the excellent prize. So please give a big hand to the winners. And the Nanggulan of Indonesia. Please give a big hand. Last but not least, we have Nong Sai, village of Laos. Please give a big hand. So Makera of Nigeria, the Nkata Takasu of Cote d'Ivoire get the best prize. Congratulations. Makera of Nigeria, congratulations. We could remember there's the smiles of the residents. And we could see the amazing journey of Nkata Takasu of Ivory Coast. And grand prize goes to the Central Africa Republic. Congratulations. Despite the difficulty, we could see the signs of hope. And the President Lee, so please stay on the stage. So, as the judges mentioned, it was not important to distinguish excellent prize and the best prize because all the projects were excellent. We hope to see these officials of the Saemaul Undong Center in person. So next is a short form contest award ceremony. And we are holding a Saemaul, a short contest of the Saemaul Foundation to promote the Saemaul globalization projects that are ongoing in Asia and Africa in order to promote the spirit of value of Saemaul Undong. The winner is the Kim Chae-eun, and the best prize goes to Park Soo-jin. Congratulations. And Miss Park Soo-jin couldn't be here, so the representatives will come up to the stage and receive the prize. Best prize goes to the Kim Chae-eun, and this is the award in the short category for middle school and the high school students. Lee Seung-jong, the Saemaul Foundation president. Congratulations. We will take a photo. So this is the best prize. So this is a very special category of a middle school students and high school students. And this is the award ceremony for grand prize. Grand prize Park Soo-jin. And this is the award for the short forms category, so for university students and the general public. Lee Seung-jong, the president of Saemaul Foundation, on October 25th, 2024. So this was the university student and the general public category. Please give a big round of applause for the winner of the grand prize. Thank you very much. And also, the thanks goes to President Lee. So let's take a watch at the short form video that won the best prize and the grand prize.
여러분, 이 로고를
Everyone, have you ever seen this logo? Back in 1970s, the former President Park Chung-hee presented this logo for the Saemaul Undong to clean the village and improve the living condition of the local environment, create a road, fix the houses, fix the river areas. This is all about the improvement of the life areas, and to boost the production methodology and income level, the Saemaul Undong was initiated. It is all about the diligent self-help and collaboration to improve the quality of the life on their own. So this campaign went outside of Korea to improve the poverty issue. Saemaul Undong up until today is very working hard to make a life happier. Going forward, Saemaul Undong will work harder to create a brighter future to the society. Let's share Saemaul Undong, our pride will spread across the globe. Let's create a happier world. Saemaul globalization, deliver your hope to Africa, Asia. Let's join together for the happier world for everyone. Yes, we can. Leader production and change of the village, improve the environment for a better future. Agriculture technology, income boost, step forward for a better future. Globalization of Saemaul, deliver the hope. Self-reliance, power, let's make it on our own. For the Saemaul Undong, for everyone's happy life.
So it was very novel and creative. So they are very creative and innovative, so worth the prizes. This is the end of session 3, and after the break, and we are going to have a session, Global Youth Dialogue on Saemaul Undong. So we will take a break until 4:50. Thank you.
without them.
for the wall. Yeah. Okay.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 세션
Ladies and gentlemen, the last session 4 on global youth talk will be beginning shortly. Please come inside and take your seat.
have your attention, please. The session 4 will start in a few minutes. Please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Thank you. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 세션 4 곧 시작하겠습니다. 여러분
We will begin the final session shortly.
start very soon, so please come into the hall and take your seat. Thank you. 곧이어 세션 4 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 착석해
We will begin session 4 shortly. Please be seated.
그럼 지금부터 2024
We are moving toward the finale of Saemaul International Forum. So we will begin the global youth dialogue on the Saemaul Undong. We are very pleased to have the Lee Byung-wan, Dean of the Park Jung-hee School of Policy and the Saemaul of Yeungnam University as a moderator.
Hello and welcome to the final session of today's forum. Let's cheer up, let's keep our energy up as we conclude with an exciting lineup of two presentations that will explore significant aspects of the Samaul Undong and its applications. This session that we experienced today, for me personally, is unusual for two reasons. Reason number one is that usually the previous session protracted and it eats up the beginning part of my session, but today the previous session ended earlier, so we had a long break time. And number two, I feel like almost each and everyone in the audience, I feel like I know. But usually more than half of the audience, they are strangers. But so for these two reasons, this is a bit unusual, but I'm honored and happy to see that we have a fantastic lineup of four presenters with two topics, and their presentations will be followed by comments by 5 commentators, okay? Now, here's how it will go. The first presentation will be followed by the second one. And each presentation will be delivered by 2 presenters. And when both presentations are over, then we will ask everyone to come up on stage so that comments, the feedbacks by the commentators will follow, okay? Each presentation is allotted 15 minutes with a 2-minute warning before your time is up. And for the 5 discussants, you will have about 3 or 4 minutes to share your comments. And please be mindful of the time so we can stay on schedule and allow for some audience participation toward the end, okay? So let's begin with the first presentation. And I would like to invite Mr. Okay, let me introduce the 2 presenters. Will focus on sustainable development goals and Saemaul Undong. Why, what, and how. And our speakers are Mr. Gadabor Edwin Williams Delary from Ghana, and Ms. Lowimbo Happy Yeriko from Tanzania. Okay. Now proceed to the podium, and you can start when you're ready.
Good day, everyone. Now, I'm very honored to stand here in front of you today and given this opportunity to discuss about sustainable development goals aligned with Saemaul Undong. Now, we're going to talk about the why, what, and how. Beside me, again, Mr. Gadabo Edwins William from Ghana, and I myself, Happy, from Tanzania. Now, our presentation will consist introduction, why are we aligning Saemaul Undong with SDGs, what is Saemaul Undong, and what does it offer to SDG, and that is what I will cover, and my co-presenter will cover the rest. Now, with every one of us having a little bit of what Saemaul Undong is, let's drive it back to the history. Now, being launched in South Korea in the 1970s, the country was facing severe rural poverty and underdevelopment. Now, Saemaul Undong was the groundbreaking initiative aimed at uplifting rural communities by promoting the values of self-help, diligence, and cooperation. Now, through this approach, villages transformed their infrastructure, economy, and sense of ownership. Now, it was a community-driven model which has since been applied in various countries to help achieve their sustainable development goals. It was indeed not just a movement, it was a social innovation strategy that was meant to combat the socio-economic development struggles of rural communities. Now, fast forward to today, we are looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, after the adaptation of the Millennium Development Goals in 2015 by the United Nations, which was aimed and is still aiming to address the urgent global issues like poverty, inequality, hunger, and climate change. Now, with 17 interconnected goals, the SDGs are a roadmap to a more sustainable future. The question is, thank you. Now, you might be asking yourself, where does Saemaul Undong comes in? The Saemaul Undong values provide a practical, community-based model for achieving the SDGs. Today, we will specifically focus on how Saemaul Undong contributes to SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and SDG 5, Gender Equality, by using the example of Rwanda's Saemaul Zero Hunger Community Project. Now, why are we aligning Saemaul Undong with SDGs? The world continues to face complex and interconnected challenges, from hunger and poverty to inequality and environmental degradation. The SDGs aim to tackle these issues, but to do so, we need a proven, adaptable model. And this is where Saemaul Undong comes in. The Saemaul Undong values of self-help, cooperation, and diligence offers a community-based approach to overcome these challenges. And in South Korea, these principles empowered rural community to lift themselves out of poverty. But what is more exciting about this is that these principles are not only limited to South Korea. They have been adapted and applied globally. Moving forward, what is Saemaul Undong? What is Saemaul Undong, and what does it have to offer to SDGs? However, Saemaul Undong didn't stop evolving from Saemaul Undong with the old principles of self-help, cooperation, and diligence. They evolved to Saemaul Undong 2.0, which was introduced to adapt Saemaul Undong for global application in cooperation with the new values like sharing, creativity, and service. These values are crucial for addressing the more modern challenges we see in development today. Now, a crucial part of this evolution, the gender sensitivity. One of the Saemaul Undong's strongest impact in Rwanda was its emphasis on ensuring women participation. Women were not just participants. They were leaders in agriculture cooperative. They were given training to access the revolving fund to start small businesses, which helped to improve households, welfare, and empowered them economically. Now we know how much women can achieve when they are empowered, and this aligns perfectly with SDG 5.
Thank you. So now, to further the conversation, we want to ask, how then can Saemaul Undong help achieve the SDGs globally? So it is a proven fact that one of Saemaul's defining factors is its bottom-up participatory approach, where it was a bilateral approach. The government provided an enabling environment whilst the targets or the local people owned these projects. Okay, so today I'm going to take you through a case study of Rwanda. We're going to break it down, and I'm going to shed some light on how Saemaul Undong helped achieve some SDGs in Rwanda. So the project of interest is the Saemaul Zero Hunger Communities Project in Rwanda. So this project was implemented by KOICA, the World Food Programme, from 2012 to 2018. It aimed to build climate resilient communities by promoting sustainable agriculture in rural Rwanda. So what happened here was that the community members were put into agricultural cooperatives. So they worked together in co-designing and co-implementing these policies. It didn't stop there. Let's see some key outcomes that came out of this cooperation or this co-designing and co-implementation. Over 600 hectares of terraced land were constructed, leading to a threefold increase in food production. So Rwanda is a very hilly nation, and they are prone to a lot of erosion. So terraced lands, as you can see in the pictures, are they cut along the hill so they can farm, they reduce erosion, they conserve the environment, and so on. There are a lot of benefits to terracing. So as you can see, a key outcome, over 600 hectares of terraced land were constructed, leading to a threefold increase in food production. 80 hectares of marshlands were rehabilitated to improve water management for agriculture. Feeder roads were developed to enhance market access, boosting local economies. And then a revolving fund was established for small businesses, diversifying income sources for community members. It didn't stop there. There was also inclusion. The minorities, our women, were not forgotten. So it says that 45% of the project participants were women, many of whom took leadership roles within the cooperatives, contributing to household income and improving food security. Once you empower a woman, she's going to look after her family, her household is going to be empowered, and it's more of a ripple effect. You see the effect in the community and in the household. So these gender-sensitive structures, like the revolving funds, enabled women to start small businesses and diversify their income sources, and this directly supports SDG 5. So to conclude, I think you'd agree with me that it's therefore a force to reckon with that. Saemaul Undong in the 70s was way ahead of its time because it is still relevant today, as it's applicable in many, many scenarios. As we've seen in the previous sessions, a lot of things are being solved, a lot of world issues are being solved, and we can tag them to a lot of SDGs. Yes, so Saemaul's adaptable model does not only contribute to SDG 2 and 5, but many more SDGs. And the beauty of the interconnectedness of SDGs is such that once you're tackling one, directly or indirectly, you're solving the other. So now, what do we recommend? So to policy, to public officials, policy actors out there, and to us, because we are also Saemaul soldiers, my colleagues will agree. Yes. So we are urging that the principles are scaled up for success. So governments and organizations should adapt the SMU community-driven principles to diverse contexts. Of course, we know it's not a one-size-fits-all situation, and everyone's cultural context, everyone's nation is different, but then the best practices could be applied in a creative way. That's why the Saemaul 2.0, there's the value of creativity. We have to be agile. We have to be able to adapt in scenarios to be able to apply these principles. We are also suggesting or recommending that we strengthen international partnerships. So as you see in the Rwanda case, it was a collaboration between KOICA, World Food, the WFP, and so on. So these collaborations between countries and also these international bodies are very key, such that they provide the enabling environment. And as I've said, or is proven by history, there has to be ownership as well. So whilst these bodies are providing the enabling environment, there has to be ownership as well. The people have to be involved in co-designing, co-implementing these projects for us to have success stories. So capacity building is something really dear to my heart because back in Ghana, I am a skills trainer. I'm a programs officer with the Africa Skills Hub Foundation, where we go into rural communities and educate. Our target audience are usually women and the youth. We seek to bring change in the agriculture and adjacent sectors. So focusing on capacity building is very dear to me. We need to change mindsets if we want to see success, if we want to achieve these sustainable development goals by 2030. Yes, so these are our recommendations, and the next decade is crucial in achieving these SDGs. Leveraging on Saemaul principles can significantly create an inclusive and resilient, sustainable world. Thank you so much. My name is Edwin Williams. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Edwin, and Happy. I was happy to see you delivering your presentation with a happy smile on your face, okay? They saved about 4 minutes for us. You know, as a presider of a session, I always think it's my role to manage the time well. Maybe I emphasized the time management too much with the presenters. So I see that they already curtailed their presentation down by a few slides. Now, I would like to invite two presenters for the next presentation. Mr. Shamshev Zamshid Ismodin Ugli from Uzbekistan. And Ms. Omidoin Dokas Ifelua from Nigeria. The topic that they will talk about is harnessing the power of modern technology in Saemaul Undong. Again, you have 15 minutes. So the podium is all yours.
안녕하십니까 여러분. 저는 잠시
I am the Zamsid, a student of Yeungnam University.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jamshid. Today we will present my friend Dokas. The presentation name is Harnessing the Power of Modern Technology in Saemaul Undong Strategies, Principles, and Real-World Case Examples. Please introduce yourself.
안녕하십니까 여러분. Hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dokas from Nigeria, and we will both be speaking on harnessing the power of modern technology in Saemaul Undong, its strategies, principles, and real-world case examples. Please listen.
Hold the change. Okay. No, this one. Okay. So our presentation contains the first is digital performance for community engagement, and second is artificial intelligence for agricultural development, and the third one is blockchain for transparency in development projects. The last one is Internet of Things for smart villages. So, as we know, Saemaul Undong, firstly initiated by President Park Geun-hye on April 22, 1970. So, Saemaul Undong was a rural development in South Korea aimed at eradicating poverty and improving the quality of life in rural places. So, as we know, the core principles of Saemaul Undong, first is self-reliance, and second is cooperation, and the last one is diligence. So, what does it mean the self-reliance? Self-reliance is empowering communities to become economically independent, and cooperation, encouraging collective action to address community issues. if some community has a problem. So all community members need to gather and solve the problems. So that means a cooperation. The last one is the diligence, promoting hard work and sustained efforts for development. Every community member should add his effort for developing community. And now we will discuss about how modern technologies can affect rural development. So, modern technologies offer solutions for the challenges faced by rural communities. In some places has a limitation for access, maybe financial services or education or some resources. So if we give some opportunity in the rural places, so they also can use some financial services online, and it would be easy to develop their businesses or their other things. Digital platforms for community engagement. So, digital platforms such as mobile apps, community websites, and social media have become powerful tools for enhancing communication, coordination, and organization in rural communities. Those technologies not only simplify the flow of information, but also enable communities to take ownership of local development projects and drive collective actions. So digital platforms can provide such kind of things. Now I will explain. First, it's improvement, communication, and information access. So if we develop some digital platforms in rural places, so at the time community members can access to new type of information technologies. And the second one is organization and project management. So if you want to implement some projects in the rural places, so at the time all community members can access in the real time and they can solve some problems, some issues their community. And the last one is facilitation of collective decision making. So if community members want to solve some problems, their decisions need to their decision also very important, each members. And in this case, Saemaul Undong's alignment. Digital platforms align with the Saemaul Undong principles of reliance and cooperation in several ways. First is by providing access to essential information and tools. Digital platforms empower rural communities to independently manage their own development process, and it will provide like self-reliance. And second one is digital platforms foster collective decision-making and teamwork, crucial to the Saemaul Undong's goal of building stronger, more cohesive communities, and it will be like cooperation. So, in this picture we can see some real case examples. First is in India, Yeungnam platform. This platform can help for farmers negotiate better and improve their economic independence. And second one is in Korea, smart village platforms. These platforms allow residents to engage in local governance, share information, and collaborate on community projects in real time, enhancing community self-reliance and cooperation. So our second topic is artificial intelligence for agricultural development. As you know, today's AI, artificial intelligence, developing very fastly. So how can affect artificial intelligence in agriculture? So artificial intelligence in agriculture refers to the application of artificial intelligence technologies to optimize and automate various agricultural processes. By using AI-powered tools and systems, farmers can make data-driven decisions, leading to improved efficiency, high yields, and sustainable farming practices. So for farmers, AI can gather data. So AI systems analyze a vast amount of data collected from sensors, drones, and satellite imagery to provide insight into soil health, crop conditions, and post-infestation. So second is improved irrigation. AI technologies help farmers optimize irrigation systems by predicting water needs based on real-time weather data, soil moisture level, and crop types. And the third one is weather forecasting. Artificial intelligence-driven models offer more accurate weather predictions, allowing farmers to plan their activity, such as planting, harvesting, or applying fertilizers based on upcoming weather conditions. And the last one is artificial intelligence can give some automation, which autonomous machinery, such as drones and robots that can perform tasks like planting seeds, spraying pesticides, and harvesting crops. So in this case, Saemaul Undong's alignment. So artificial intelligence agriculture aligns strongly with the Saemaul Undong principles of self-reliance and sustainability in the following ways. The first one is by equipping farmers with advanced tools to enhance their productivity and reduce dependency on external inputs. So second one is artificial intelligence can help farmers optimize the use of natural resources such as water, fertilizers, and land. There we can see two examples, real case examples. One is in Ethiopia and second is in Korea. So in Ethiopia, AI tools predict optimal planting and harvesting times. In the South Korean case, we can say there has some smart farms. They can work with the AI. And blockchain for transparency in development projects. So I think all of us know about the blockchains, but I want to a little explain what's the blockchain. So blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger technology that records transactions in secure and transparent manner. Each transaction is stored in a block, and those blocks are linked together in a chain, making it nearly impossible to alter or tamper with past records. This system ensures that all participants in a network have access to the same data, enhancing trust, transparency, and accountability. So there has some case, Uganda and South Korea, we can see. And the last topic is Internet of Things for smart villages. So as we know, if some device is connected to internet and we can control it from long distance, it means Internet of Things. So for farming, if we use Internet of Things, it would be more better. We can save some energy and like those things. So Internet of devices monitor and manage energy usage, water consumption, and agricultural activities, making rural communities more efficient and sustainable. In this picture, you can see there has a smart farming system, how it works. There, first of all, we need smart farming sensors and autonomous, some drones and some tractors, that kind of thing. So it wholly shows us smart farming system, how it works. And there has some case, India and South Korea. So in India, Internet of Things devices are used in smart villages to monitor energy use and optimize agricultural productivity. In South Korean case, smart villages used to manage energy and water systems, ensuring efficient resource usage in line with Saemaul Undong's goals. Our presentation will continue. My friend Omidion Dorcas, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, everyone. We want to go to the second part of the presentation. So I'll be taking you through modern technologies that can be incorporated in Saemaul Undong to further enhance community development across the world. The first one is renewable energy. We all understand that renewable energy are sustainable in terms of solar and wind energy. And examples from Kenya and South Korea have shown how sustainable renewable energy can be. For example, in Kenya, there is off-grid solar systems that provide electricity to rural areas, powering homes and small businesses. And this does not only boost their local economics, but it also improves their living standard, which is one of the key goals of Saemaul Undong. Another example is South Korea. We have energy-independent villages in South Korea that use solar farms to meet local energy needs, reducing the costs and advancing Saemaul Undong's self-reliance principle. The next one is mobile payment systems for financial inclusion. Everyone loves money, but how empowered can you be if you don't have access to your own money? So mobile payment systems like M-Pesa in Kenya and Kakao Pay in South Korea has enabled users to manage their finances, access credit, and participate in economic activities without relying on traditional banking. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say that these mobile platforms have revolutionized financial access, especially to rural residents, knowing fully well that you can be in the comfort of your home and have access to your money, make transactions. The third technological advancements for my presentation is drones. I would say drone is the AI that sees beyond what the human eye sees. I mean, there is a limit to what we can see, no offense, but drones would see more in terms of surveying land, monitoring construction projects, and overseeing agricultural activities, ensuring that development projects are completed efficiently and cost-effectively. We can see examples from Rwanda and South Korea. In Rwanda, for example, drones have been used to deliver medical supplies to remote areas, a potential model for Saemaul Undong's infrastructure and healthcare initiatives. And for the fourth one, e-learning platforms for skill development. We all agree with me that education has always been a big part of Saemaul Undong. Even one of the presenters earlier today said one of the successful factors of Saemaul Undong is the eradication of adult illiteracy. But in today's digital world, the big question is, how can we ensure rural communities continue to develop essential skills in a fast-changing, tech-driven world? The answer lies in e-learning platforms. I'm sure a lot of us here, Yeungnam University students, during our time of application process, we submitted our video online. We did not have to come to Korea to submit our application, video or application. And that is one of the example of e-learning platform. In Bangladesh, for example, the A2I program has empowered rural youths by providing digital training, equipping them with the skills needed for both local and global job markets. And also in South Korea, we have e-learning centers that offer essential training in digital literacy, business management, and agricultural techniques, which are very important and vital to a thriving modern economy. By integrating e-learning into Saemaul Undong, this only means one thing: rural populations can gain access to vital education and training without having to go to the classroom. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of Saemaul Undong. We're going to look at the benefits of integrating technology in Saemaul Undong. I would like to say that integrating modern technology into Saemaul Undong is not just about keeping up with trend. It is about finding smarter ways to help the development of rural communities across the world. By combining Saemaul Undong's core principles of diligence, self-help, and cooperation with modern technology, I believe we can make development efforts more sustainable, efficient, and accessible to everyone. Now, what are these benefits when we incorporate technology into Saemaul Undong? I would say the first one is empowerment. And you would all agree with me that technology brings empowerment. You have your phone in your hands. You can do anything. Nobody can trample upon you because you're empowered with your phone. You have all the resources you need on your own phone. So technology brings about empowerment. And not just empowerment, self-reliance. You don't need anybody's help to carry out duties or any activities you want to do. Not just that, we have cooperation and community building through technology. We have digital platforms, blockchain systems that enable transparent, collective decision-making, resource sharing, and this reinforces Saemaul Undong's cooperative spirit. Another benefit is sustainability. Traditional banking might not really be sustainable, but with your mobile app, with your financial mobile app, everything you have on your phone, you can get loans without having to go to a traditional bank. We have rural areas where they do not have banks, but when you have a smartphone and you have access to money, which is really sustainable, by the way, and you can also see efficiency and productivity. Another example or another benefit is transparency and accountability with blockchain. In conclusion, I would like to say that Saemaul Undong, although it started in the 1970s as a community development policy initiative in South Korea, its principles of cooperation, self-help, and diligence are as relevant today as ever. By embracing digital tools and innovative solutions, we can amplify the impact of Saemaul Undong and make it more effective. We are not here today to tell you that technology would replace the principles of Saemaul Undong. No, it only empowers us to apply them in new ways, innovative ways, ensuring that the spirit of Saemaul Undong continues to inspire us and drive sustainable community development around the world. And I believe the reason why we are all gathered here today is to learn about the principles of Saemaul Undong and how we can take it back to our country by incorporating technology to develop our respective countries. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Jamsid and Dokas, for your enlightening and insightful presentation. The 4 minutes saved up by the previous Saemaul SDG team has been put to good use by the next team, Saemaul Technology team. I mean, this is how the world works, right? Someone's saving is the source for gratifying someone else's needs. Okay, now time to invite everyone up on the floor, up on the stage, okay? Presenters and the 5 commentators. Please come up on stage now, okay? The gentleman sitting next to me to the left, Edwin, and next to her, Happy. And the 2 panelists to provide comments on the first presentation, which is the Sustainable Development Goals and Saemaul Undong, why, what, and how. Ms. Samosir Sicilia Dolorosa from Indonesia. And Mr. Opuru Moses Ozulo from Kenya. Okay. And sitting next to Moses is Jamsid again. Dokas. And next to her is the first panelist for the second presentation, which is about harnessing the power of modern tech in Saemaul Undong. And Ms. Awidi Patience from Uganda, and Ms. Hakiki Lulu Firdausi from Indonesia. And last but not least, Mr. Limachi Kawaya Marco Antonio from Bolivia. Okay, Sicilia, if you're ready, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor, for this opportunity. So my name is Samosir Sicilia Dolorosa. I'm Sicilia from Indonesia. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to discuss the powerful connections between Saemaul Undong and the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. Today, I will be highlighting how these 2 approaches, despite their different origins, they share the same goal: building a sustainable and fair world. Saemaul Undong's success was built on 3 core values as we know, diligence, self-help, and cooperation. These values import rural communities in South Korea to take charge of their own development, improving their living conditions, and lifting millions out of poverty. These principles remain highly relevant to today's global challenges, especially as they applied through initiatives like the SDGs. In 2010, Korea International Cooperation Agency, or KOICA, selected model village in Laos PDR, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, DR Congo, and Peru, launching projects that improve rural living conditions, encouraged local participation, and promoted a sense of ownership. By using the Samaul Undong approach, rural income was reinvested to improve community by living conditions. This model is a clear example of how Saemaul Undong can be successfully applied to address poverty and enhance sustainable development globally. 92% of the world's rural population, around 3.3 billion people, live in developing countries, and this number is expected to grow by 2028. It's clear that rural development must be central to our efforts to achieve the SDGs. Rural communities often suffer the most from poverty, inequality, and environmental problems. Saemaul Undong can focus on empowering these communities fits perfectly with the SDGs agenda, particularly on goals such as ending poverty, goal number 1, improving education, goal number 4, and fostering sustainable agriculture, goals number 2. To conclude, the synergy between Saemaul Undong and the SDGs has a powerful model to sustainable global development. Saemaul Undong community-driven approach has already proven successful not only in South Korea, but in various parts of the world. As we work towards achieving the SDGs by 2030, integrating Saemaul Undong principles of empowerment, ownership, and cooperation, it will be crucial. By doing so, we can create lasting, sustainable change that is locally relevant and globally impactful. Thank you.
Moses, it's your turn to add your feedback.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this opportunity. Distinguished guests, I'm honored to be before you this afternoon to make a comment as regards to this particular topic. So after hearing the how and the what of Saemaul Undong in connection to the SDGs, it is now a moment for us to contextualize it, to localize it in the context of Rwanda. So basically, the Saemaul Undong, when you compare to the SDGs, initially, before the SDGs, we had the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. But they did not achieve the intended outcome or the goals. So again, looking at 2030, it is just fast approaching. Now that we are in 2024, we are barely 6 years from this deadline or the ultimate timeline. Now, considering that that is the timeline, we may end up losing out on SDGs just the same way as we did with the MDGs ultimately. So how can this be avoided? This can only be avoided by contextualizing the SDGs, bringing them into a local context. For example, if it is in Rwanda, what has happened in the UK cannot necessarily work out in the Rwandan context. So by so doing, you find the approach has to be delocalized. It has to be made to address the local needs. So as it was presented earlier by one of the presenters early in the morning, we were told that it is not necessarily that this approach has to be imitated. It is not a copy and paste approach, but rather looking at what works where. And now in so doing, like in the case of Rwanda, there are a number of villages, like Mushimba village and Gihongwe village in southwestern part of Rwanda. These particular villages, they used the local context of rice growing, using the locally available materials. They used banana homemade manure to grow the rice, in addition to using now the fertilizers. So by contextualizing and not just copy-pasting is such an important thing. And then community engagement. Most of the projects in Africa, they always fail because the community does not make ownership or does not have that sense of ownership of projects. So it is high time that through application of SMU approach, the community will be engaged and they'll have that sense of ownership in the sense that the ideas will be coming from the bottom using the bottom-up approach. This, of course, does not put aside the top-down where the government involvement is key. So it is a matter of integrating both the top-down and the bottom-up approach to come up with the proper results. So the third and most important aspect is the capacity building of the locals. Even in Saemaul Undong, the phase 1, that is 1.0, the community members were built, their capacity was really built. And looking at the success stories, only those villages where the leaders were properly involved and continuously engaged in the projects were successful. So this, if it is brought into use in the SDGs, I'm pretty sure that 2030, as it will be approaching, we shall achieve some level of development. Again, capitalizing on the aspect of cooperation, this is quite important because already in Rwanda, the cooperatives were there. And it was easier for it to, for Rwanda to adopt this Saemaul Undong approach. And in the end, the results were really good. Now, looking at the funding aspect, most of the funding model that has been coming to Africa has been the ODA approach, which has always been taking the interest of the donor countries. So there is need for a shift, a paradigm shift from that approach to now concentrate on the recipient countries. And this is exemplified by the Saemaul Undong model of support. So, Professor, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you both Cecilia and Moses for your enriching and insightful comments. Now, Edwin or Happy, would you like to respond to their comments? Anything to add, or there are more comments than questions actually? Is it okay? Do we move on to the next group of commentators? All right. Okay. All right then. We have three commentators for the second presentation, which is about harnessing technology to Saemaul Undong. Would we invite first Patience for your comments? Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Patience Awidi from Uganda, and I will be commenting on the presentation that was made by Dorcas and Jamshid on harnessing the process of modern technology in Saemaul Undong. I would like to first acknowledge the great work and the great research they did. They did a wonderful job in showing us what technology is all about, giving us a brief background of what Saemaul Undong is all about, and what are the benefits we would get if we incorporate Saemaul Undong with technology together. So after all the presentation and what they said, I think if I'm to look at a sustainable future of Saemaul Undong and all developing countries that are adopting Saemaul Undong, I look at a future that has technology in it. Saemaul Undong working together with technology, because a future where these communities and developing countries are empowered by Saemaul Undong and technology is a force that can't be reckoned with, and there will be a quicker advancement and development in these nations. Smarter ways of enhancing community development across the world can only be through incorporating technology in any organization or any type of program that you're trying to introduce in your community. You have to include technology because technology is the future. We live in when you look at the future, you look at a future that is driven by AI and everything that is digitalized into a global village. So having said that, I think when we also try to introduce technologies to these developing countries, I think it's okay to start with the little technologies. We shouldn't start with the bigger technologies in the community. I think it's okay we start small, then after we can develop more and introduce more complex technology equipments in these villages. For example, when they mentioned the M-Pesa in Kenya and the Kakao Talk in South Korea, I think that was really a good way to start, because you can't tell me that you're going to introduce something that is huge for the people to understand. Start small, let them understand the importance and benefit of this particular technology and how it has improved. It is improving their services, and when they experience these successes and the fruits of these technologies at a smaller or earlier stage, their spirit of diligence will be, they'll be, how can I put it? Sorry. They'll be motivated to look forward to more development and more technological advancements in their community. And they'll also try to embrace this as their own without misusing them, because they've already seen what technology can do. So I think putting Samaul together with technology would be a best way forward. And also some of the technologies like agri-tech that would help you monitor the climate change, the weather forecast, and also monitoring the soil condition and whatever in this village. For example, if I'm to say in Uganda that is highly dependent on agriculture, if we start with this, our economy is dependent on agriculture. I think if we start by introducing small technologies that will benefit them at an earlier stage, they will really be motivated more to embracing technology. Education is also key. You have to tell these people, and they have to be enlightened. They have to know what is happening in the world. And once they are exposed...
Sorry to interrupt, but may I remind you, your time is up already?
Okay. Just to conclude. So, any of these, it's always okay to start small with small technologies as we build more to bigger technologies. And with that, we will be able to sustain our principles of self-help, cooperation, and diligence. Thank you so much.
Lulu, it's your turn now.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lulu Firdausi from Indonesia. First of all, thank you, Mr. Jamsit and Ms. Dorcas, for the insightful presentation and on how to harness the modern technology in the Saemaul Undong. You have clearly articulated how many modern technologies can empower the rural communities, especially within the Saemaul Undong. And I want to highlight one important point. Since many of these technologies require internet access, so it is necessary to pay attention to internet infrastructure in rural areas where access is still lacking. For example, in Indonesia, is it estimated that 20% of the population cannot access the internet, and even those who can often experience low speed of the connection. So we have to make sure first we're done with the internet infrastructure. Other than that, I want to emphasize the importance of cooperation and enhancing self-help of the people, as a new technologies can be difficult for rural communities to adopt. So I would like to share two examples to illustrate this in my country. Firstly, my professor in university in Indonesia, IPB University, have a program called Precise Village Data. It aims to collecting census data of the village precisely. So it will provide a foundational dataset for policy making for the village and aid distribution to the village in need. And it's also enhancing the transparency in village governance. To produce this data, they use an approach called drone participatory mapping. So essentially, they collect spatial data with drones and gather the quantitative data, through the digital application, and conduct focus group discussion with collective to collect the qualitative data. And importantly, all these approaches involve youth from the villages in a participatory manner and guided by the university student, so that villagers can contribute to their own development by teaching them the technology and involving them in the process. Other than that, the fund is also supported by the local government. So we can see the cooperation and collaboration between government, university, and the local community. Secondly, there is a digital startup in Indonesia called Fishlog, founded by an alumnus of my university too. They aim to create a sustainable supply chain for marine product by giving access for the fishermen to sell their catch directly to the consumer through a digital application. So they also provide access to the cold storage to save the product and assist in selling product to the international buyer. They manage the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery cold storage facilities that are not being fully utilized before, and also involve the local cooperatives in the management process. They also partner with the fintech startup to provide access to microfinance to the fishermen who often face the capital challenges. And again, this demonstrates cooperation and enhancement of the self-help. So we can emulate this example to integrate the technology in our program comprehensively while still ensuring the participation of the villagers. So moreover, I believe the Samaul Undong program can also collaborate with the existing startup to maximize the benefit efficiently and mutually. And I hope many innovative programs will emerge from this forum, and I wish a success for all Samaul Undong initiatives worldwide. Thank you.
Okay, Marco, it's your turn now.
Well, good afternoon to all. Well, thank you so much for support us, because it's very late, and I want to talk about the context of Bolivia, which is my country. But at the beginning, I want to say thank you so much for the excellent presentation to the team about the harnessing the power of modern technology in Saemaul Undong. The report provides a comprehensive overview of the potential application of modern technology in Saemaul and the range of strategies and real-world examples in different areas: agriculture, infrastructure, and education and financial inclusion. Well, after that, I need to do some comments because it is my job now. Well, I want to focus on possible points for improvement and adaptation. I agree with some points with my classmate, Lulu, because it's very important to contextualize. Contextualization is very important because factors such as infrastructure development, digital literacy levels, and cultural norms can significantly influence the successful implementation of technology in different rural settings. I don't know what happened in your countries, but in my country, it's very difficult to find also internet in some places. And also, if we can to get some jobs with drones, it's impossible because of the topography, because of the condition of the climate. So it's necessary to focus and improve some points in this kind of problems. Because if we have some jobs and we have successful in those places, what happened with rural areas that are so far? I remember that I was working in a project for irrigation, and I was traveling 2 days by boat and just by road. So what happened with those places? So we need to think about transportation, communication. We need to think about develop some things and apply knowledge and science, because we are working here as students. It is not a work because we are just studying, but we need to think about, we need to think if we are working in real world, right? About scalability, because we need to think about larger scale in rural areas initiatives. We have different scales. For example, it's not the same if you work in a rural area with just 100 people, on another with 1,000 people. So we need to focus and we need to think how can we develop those technologies in those places. And at the end, could be, if it's possible, could be the people who talk about this topic can answer about this. What about the rural areas, what is so far, and we cannot find internet? Do you have those cases in your countries? Because we have in Bolivia. Thank you so much.
Very good. Enriching comments and experience-based practical inputs provided by the three commentators. Unless the two presenters, Jamsit and Dokas, really want to respond to them, I now would like to open the discussion to the floor. And knowing that the development scholars at PSPS, when they participate in an event like this, they are so eager to share their experiences, add their inputs. So the opportunity has come, okay? And I really wanted to save up at least 8 minutes, and that's what I have done for you. So if you have any questions or comments or any feedback that you would like to share with us, just to raise your hand. But first, would you identify your name, the country you're from first, okay? So let me remind you that the bus won't leave until the scheduled departure time. So even if we end the session earlier, then we would still have to wait. Anyone has any comments or questions? Okay. Unusual situation number 3. No questions from the PSPS participants. Oh, there's one? Where? Okay. There she is. All right.
Thank you very much, all presenters. And
state your name, and, please.
My name is Ajok Pasca from Uganda, and I'm from Yeungnam University. And thank you very much for your good insight into the different programs that are taking place in the countries that we come from, especially the one from Rwanda. I'm really intrigued because I've been in Rwanda a few times, and the spirit there is more than the spirit of Saemaul Undong. It is the spirit of the countrymen and the movement that started a few years ago. And I'm so grateful to see it being talked about in a global platform like this, but also to us, the neighboring countries and the African countries would like to emulate that. And I'm so grateful that we have people from different countries that are represented today. My question is just about how the adaptation of the technology is going to be integrated into these programs. While we have the technology already advancing, how are we going to see that translated into the local communities working with the technology, owing to the fact that our community is a bit behind in terms of technology, in terms of owning smartphones and owning the different gadgets that we as the youngsters now know how to use. So is there any plans, or are there any other initiative that other countries have already adopted that we can draw experience from? Thank you.
Anyone would like to respond? Okay, Patience?
Thank you so much, Pascal, for the question. Since you're my fellow Ugandan, so I would love to give you an answer that is more relatable, and I hope that it will make sense to you. So like I said earlier, you're asking how these technologies can be adopted, especially like countries that are underdeveloped. And I mentioned something about if you're bringing in technology in a country, start small. Don't come with something big. Start with the mobile money apps or the mobile, like in Uganda, most of the people in the villages can't access the smartphones, but they use the button phones, which they do their financial transactions from, and they save money and everything. That is small. In that way, you're preparing them for something big. As they see that, they'll be like, oh, this can do this, so what if we do this? Like, you're making their minds to think ahead, and you're preparing them for what is to come. And they'll want to learn more and see what can be done more. So I think you start by introducing little by little as they develop. And another thing, maybe if we are asking for aid from other countries, I think the best thing we can do right now as developing countries is to ask for technology instead of money or something. Technology is key because it's more sustainable and it has longer results compared to getting money. You can misuse it. Yeah, thank you.
If I may quickly add something, this is something that President of Yeungnam, Dr. Choi, has been promoting since a couple of years ago. The patented Korean technology already expired with the help of the corporate sector, as well as the ODA implementation agencies in Korea. Can bring such technology. Maybe it's a suitable technology, locally suitable or what we call adequate technology that can be freely transferred to somewhere out there in developing countries. Okay. Anyone else who would like to add? Okay. Any more questions or comments? Okay. Okay. There's a Dorcas. Okay, you have something to say?
The question she asked, I just want to add a few things.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question, Pascal. And one of the things I mentioned, I said we have different technologies that can be added to different sectors. I mentioned agriculture. And I believe there are some very important sectors that can actually contribute to the socio-economic growth of a nation. So in your question, you give example of what about communities where they do not have access to like smartphones. I would say the first thing to do in that community is to empower them. Empower them in the sense that look at the sector that is really blooming in that part of the country. It could be agriculture. When you empower them in terms of agriculture, give them technology, the technology that can help enhance their agriculture. That would not only help the socioeconomic growth of that region, but also provide job opportunities. And if you have access to funds, you're doing something, you can afford quite a number of things for yourself. And another thing, that is where the government has a role to play in terms of distributing resources. If you want to start something, I understand that Samaul Undong is something that was started, as a can-do spirit, diligence, self-help. You really want to help yourself. But I would say that the communities we have in developing countries nowadays might not be in the states that the rural communities in South Korea was in the 1970s. We have more youths. We have people who know what goes on in the urban areas. So if you're coming to them to sell an idea to them, I think you have to provide them with the necessary resources and also empower them. So that is my comments to your question. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we have some time left for just one more question. I just saw someone. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlotte Ndede from the Republic of Kenya. So my question is still related to Pascal's question, although Dorcas and Patience have sort of given a response to that. I guess I was just wondering, when you talk about slowly introducing, you used small, little technology, but then considering that right now we live in a world where advancements occur real fast. I mean, we are currently living in a world where cars drive themselves and rocket land themselves, and human beings are considering relocating to Mars. So I'm just wondering how do we need to pace ourselves to make sure that in as much as we take the baby steps, we don't get so much left behind when you see developing countries are really, really ahead, and we still have a long way to go to catch up to the level of the development that they are at. So maybe just a response to that. Thank you.
To answer your question, I would like to say, if we can all check our fingers, we'll see that our fingers are not equal, right? We have longer fingers, we have shorter fingers. In the same vein, we have countries that have good economies and those that are still struggling with their economies. We have developed countries, we have developing countries, and we have underdeveloped countries. So it doesn't mean that harnessing technology in your country means you have to be on the same level with South Korea all of a sudden. Change is not something that happens overnight. It takes process. 1970s, Saemaul Undong started in the 1970s, and we are still here today talking about the same Saemaul Undong, just in a different perspective. So there is no reason to think your country will be left behind if they start slowly. A community where hunger and poverty is the major problem, you can't bring drones to them and say, this is what we want you to start using. That is not starting small. You have to address that particular thing that is happening in the community. And then slowly, you get to introduce bigger technologies for them to use, because it's just like you meeting an hungry person and giving the person a smartphone. Oh, take this phone. But I'm hungry. What do I want to do with the phone? But if you can provide something little that's to satisfy the hunger, and then slowly you start to introduce something bigger. So like I said, find the problem, the root cause in the community, address it, and there is no reason for any country to feel left behind because other developing countries are making headway in terms of technology. We all understand that South Korea is one of the countries that is leading when it comes to technology and internet speed. It still doesn't mean that if we go back to our country, we should start saying, oh, we are not doing well because South Korea is on the... We can only make it better. We can only introduce the things we have seen in South Korea. If we don't have the resources, we have to start small. Another reason is because the availability of resources is also something that would, that's a big factor in starting projects or introducing technology. Even if you want to seek the help of international organizations, they have to see what you've done so far, how far you've used the resources you've generated in your country. So I would just like to say there is no reason to think a country would be left behind, because at the end of the day, fingers are not equal. All countries cannot have the same GDP. All countries cannot be equal on the map. So that's just the answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay. Lulu?
Yeah, I want to
maybe.
add something. So I agree with Mr. Kas, since I also have learned that not all of the technology can implement it to all of the rural area directly, because sometimes when we implement the technology, it's not making better. It can also make it worse, since they don't know how to use it, or maybe they have another cultural beliefs, and so it's make the technologies not work in that place. So it's also have to consider the cultural and the characteristic of the village or the rural area. And other than that, I also want to share that we can empower the youth people, the youth villagers. So start from the youth to help them, to teach them use the technology, because youth can learn fastly than all the elderly. So we can empower the youth. And other than that, we also have to, sorry, okay, that's from me, thank you.
Okay, comments, responses keep coming. Okay, 30 seconds for you, okay? Yes.
Okay, I want to give one real case example for your question. So 54 years ago, Saemaul Undong was implemented. So at the time, literacy rate also was been really low in Korea. So people didn't know how to use the telephones. But government implemented in the villages telephone connections, but people didn't know how to use it. But who knows? They was teach, and between the villages, between the government, they had a contact. They also did it. I think now about 54 years left. That kind of easy things hold the world population know how to use the basic telephone or internet things. So it would be easier than before.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. In conclusion, I also want to add one thing. Technology is not synonymous with high price. I mean, in development, in the context of development, in rural development in particular, technology at various levels can be employed in multiple different contexts. With some like low tech, medium tech, it's new, it's embraced from outside, but still, the parts are really cheap, easily available, and repair services can be found everywhere, really affordable and such. But still, it's a useful technology. Okay. All right. This concludes the final session. Thank you, the presenters and all the commentators for your great presentation and comments. So shall we all give them a big hand? And the participants in the forum, thank you all for your patience and active participation. I hope you found the discussions both insightful and inspiring. It's been a productive 70-minute session, and I appreciate everyone's engagement. And enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will take a commemorative photograph. Would you please stand up, and with the moderator, panels, and presenters, please have a moment for a camera. It was so much insightful and very inspired, the presentations and the panel discussion. To all the young generation who lead the future, please give another round of applause. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you. 네, 열정과
So that was quite a passionate and energized discussion on creativity and insight. That was quite an impressive final session. Thank you so much for your participation. Regrettably, this is the time to wrap up the session. So Korea was once a barren land. So with a small grassroots project of the Saemaul Undong, now we created the forest of the Republic of Korea. I hope that the Samaul spirit can be handed down onto the next generation so that we can seed the trees on the barren land outside of Korea. Thank you so much for your participation. Have a safe trip back.